You're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Happy Tuesday, everybody. A wonderful afternoon. We continue to follow lots of news in our area and, of course, across the country and around the world. But right now, we really want to talk about your weather because it is a beautiful day out there.
Something to talk about.
Something to talk about. And I heard we're going to get 70s later on.
Yes.
Little birdie told me that.
Looking and feeling like spring. 60s and 70s is what we'll do throughout the rest of the week. Of course, we've been also talking about how the pollen levels are only going up from here and are expected to go into the medium-high range even by the end of the week.
Did you get your Claritin yet?
I have it, yes. The only thing is the stuff that works for me is all the drowsy stuff. So when I take it, I just want to take a nap.
So you become a zombie.
So the struggle is very real, and I think it'll be
Yes.
real for a lot of us by the end of the week. But a live look outside, I mean, just a beautiful day. If you have any errands to run, this is over towards Lylesville and Anson County. A nice view of the lake there. A little bit of a breeze out there. We also do have some extra cloud cover, live view from the greater Charlotte area. The warm up is on today, upper 60s to lower 70s. Tomorrow we'll see an increase in cloud cover, still expected to be mostly dry. And then as we go later in onto the week, especially towards the weekend, that is when rain chances eventually return. Temperature is warming up. We reached the 30s this morning, so it was definitely a chilly start. Jackets needed, but it's kind of that time of the year where you can shed them for the afternoon. That's exactly what we have in today's forecast. In fact, our morning low this morning was in Charlotte, 38 degrees. In Hickory, we dropped down to 34. Same over towards Rock Hill. Right now, we are 59 in the metro, 58 in Monroe, and starting to enter into the lower 60s over towards Chesterfield County. So today, great for any outdoor activities. A mix of sunshine and clouds with high temperatures in the middle to upper 60s. A few locations I do think could hit 70 degrees. Of course, it's going to be cooler in the mountains. High temperatures will be close to about 60 degrees. Lots of sunshine to go around, close to 70 over towards Morganton. And then the further south you get over towards greater Charlotte area, we'll do about the upper 60s. For South Carolina counties down into the Midlands, upper 60s to lower 70s can be expected. By the time we get tomorrow, this is when we're going to start to creep up closer to that 70-degree mark, especially across the Piedmont area, but really entering well into the 70s for both Thursday and Friday. Friday, we could even be close to a record. I believe that record is 77. We are forecasted to hit 76. Of course, we will have an increase in southerly winds, also have an increase in cloud cover, and the potential for a couple of rain showers, especially starting to move in between Friday and Saturday, something that we definitely could use. Our pollen forecast count today is at a 6. That is a medium level, but you'll notice with those warmer temperatures and breezy days, remember this is kind of what makes the pollen levels worse, and it spreads so much more quickly. Really starts to go into that medium high range by Thursday and especially Friday, with it being the warmest day of the week. The main culprits right now are elm, juniper, and alder. Of course, we will start to see this go up even more. The worst time for pollen for this time of year is around April. Best chance for rain coming towards the weekend, like I mentioned, more scattered for Friday, but as we go into Friday night into Saturday, that's when it's looking like to be the most widespread. Now, this is an interesting stat. Of course, meteorologist Chris Mulcahy is the stat king. So the days that we've had rain so far have all fallen on a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, taking the most days out of this year of 4 days. And that's exactly what we have coming up with this weekend setup. So Friday into Saturday, that's when we got those rain chances. Here's that low pressure system and that cold front that's going to bring that round of wet weather. Here's a look at 11 a.m. on your Friday. Notice that highest coverage of rain probably going to be up the mountains, a little bit less scattered here in the Piedmont. This starts to ramp up as we go into the late afternoon. Evening hours will continue those rain chances as we go into Friday night, and especially for your Saturday, where we could potentially see some heavy rain. As this moves off, by the time we get to the second half of Saturday, this is 3 o'clock, starts to clear out to the south and east. I think the second half of the day will feature a clearing trend. We'll continue that into Sunday morning as well. So adding it all up for Friday, we'll see those totals accumulate anywhere from about a quarter to about half an inch, but I think it's really Friday night and into Saturday where we do have the chance to pick up over an inch of rainfall across the area. Certainly something that we need. Of course, last weekend brought over an inch of rain across much of the area, even some locations picking up too. So we'll take anything that we can get. Remember, Charlotte is under that extreme drought status. We haven't been under an extreme drought since 2008. That continues for over pretty much most of the upstate of South Carolina. And if you're not in an extreme, well, you're under a moderate or severe drought. So all of us could definitely use it. In this Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast, today, mostly sunny, highs upper 60s. We'll be close to 70 degrees tomorrow. We'll just add more cloud cover, then well into the 70s by the end of the work week. The trade-off is, of course, pollen levels go up and we've got rain chances returning to the area. Now, as that cold front moves across, 50s back into the forecast. So Sunday will be noticeably cooler. We'll have those rain chances kind of tapering off for Sunday. So yes, it may be wet for the first half of the day, but I do think we'll see a nice clearing trend. By Monday, it's cold once again, near freezing temperatures, highs near 50 degrees. So winter not done with us yet, but we'll certainly take this, what is this called? False spring? Yeah, we always get it. So
Yeah.
yeah.
You know,
And then back to
it
reality.
does. It really does. Catch me, trying to go to the pool. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
I wouldn't do that, honestly.
No, I know. But yeah, it sounds beautiful. I'm so happy that we're not dealing with a snowstorm. you
Yeah.
know?
Me too. Yep, we already
those
had a
hard
big
times.
one. I
Yes.
think we're all done with
We're done.
winter. Yeah.
Okay. Becca, thank you so much.
Of course.
And we're going to take a 2-minute break, but keep it right here on WCNC Plus. Welcome back to Live Impact News right here on WCNC Plus. We will continue to give you coverage right here locally and, of course, across the country and the world, actually. We have lots going on today, so you really want to keep us on to get the latest on everything that you need to know for your day. We just had Becca Birdsall on, and she gave us the weather, going to be 70s. We're really, really excited for that. So if you want that full forecast, you can keep it right here. We're going to have that weather coming up a little later. But right now, what we're going to do is we're going to send it on over to New York because Reverend Al Sharpton is honoring the life and legacy of Reverend Jesse Jackson, who passed away at 84 years old early this morning. We did speak with local leaders right here in Charlotte, speaking on his legacy and what he meant to them as well. He lived a very, very full life, and his mission really was to bring everybody together. So we are going to listen in to Reverend Al Sharpton and see what he had to say about his legacy.
Good morning. About 2:30 a.m. this morning, around about 3, I received a text from Jesse Jackson Jr. that Reverend Jesse Jackson had passed. And a couple hours later, Reverend Jackson's son Yusuf called me and put me on speakerphone where I had prayer with the family as they stood around his bed before taking him out to the funeral home. So it has been a very sad day for me, even though we knew he was very ill. When the moment comes, you're not prepared for it. I first met Jesse Jackson when I was 12 years old. I was a boy preacher in the Pentecostal church in Brooklyn, New York, Washington Temple Church of God in Christ. And I'd become enticed with what was going on in activism because I was watching Adam Clay Powell on television. My mother brought me to Bishop Washington, our pastor, and he said, no, I can put him with some ministers that's involved. He brought me to Reverend William Jones. And they made me the youth director at 13 years old of Operation Breadbasket under the national director, Reverend Jesse Jackson. Reverend Jackson was about 27, I was 13, and ever since then, for 69 years, we bonded. The last time he spoke in New York, he spoke at the House of Justice for us. I can't think of a time that we were not spending time together. Now, he was a hard taskmaster. He would always get on me about, why are you on this issue? You need to be more studied on this. But he was one who was more responsible than anyone for teaching me activism. On a personal level, my family and I used to spend every Christmas at the Jackson's house. And the last 2 Christmases took my daughters, one who's with us today, to Chicago. We spent Christmas night at Reverend Jackson's house just 5 weeks ago, and last Christmas. We would feed people at the House of Justice and then go to the airport in the afternoon and fly to be with him. So I will always be able to cherish that I spent his last Christmas with him and spent last days even when he could no longer speak well. What I think on a broader level is Jesse Jackson changed American politics. Jesse Jackson changed the civil rights movement. He was a consequential and transformative figure. And he changed New York politics. Let me go in that order. One, it was when Dr. King died, was killed in '68. He was talking to Jesse Jackson and Ben Branch over the rail at the Lorraine Motel in Memphis. And Reverend Jackson was literally one of the 2 last people to speak to him. I always wondered how much trauma that must have been for him to witness Reverend King's assassination. He never would talk about it too much, but it drove him. He kept saying, we got to keep Dr. King's dream alive. He was 12 years younger than King, as I was 13 years younger than him, and he would always challenge me that your generation's got to do what John Lewis and all of us that were younger than Dr. King did. He kept the movement going by keeping the economic boycotts of Operation Breadbasket going, by dealing with diversity, by fighting for affirmative action. You must remember when the late 70s and 80s, when Reaganism rose and there was this backlash on civil rights, Jesse Jackson took the front with John Lewis and others to restore what Dr. King had done. We romanticized the 60s like they were never challenged. They were challenged. We had to renew the Voting Rights Act every 5 years. We had to deal with state laws. And it was Reverend Jackson that did that into our era of having to deal with racial profiling and driving while black and all. We learned all that from him. It was in 1984, when he ran for president, that he changed the rules that primaries were governed by, where in pre-Jackson, if you ran in New York, for example, and you got 104 delegates and your opponent got 100 delegates, your opponent got all 204 delegates. It was Jesse that made it be, no, you get your 100, they get 104. With him changing it to proportional delegate representation is how Barack Obama was made the nominee. Hillary Clinton won more big states, but he was able to accumulate more delegate votes. So he literally changed the party in 84. And then in 86, the midterm elections changed because he had registered so many new voters that had not been calculated before, that many of the states turned, and the U.S. Senate 86 became Democratic control and maintained a lot of the things that we would have lost under the Reagan era because Jesse Jackson registered those voters. In 88, he ran again, got 7 million votes, won the city of New York. It was his 88 race where he won the city, he lost the state to the caucus, but he won the city of New York, which made us believe in 89 we could win, and we did by electing David Dinkins. David Dinkins was his coordinator for New York City in 88 and became the mayor in 89 off Jackson votes and the belief we could win it because Jesse Jackson, despite the controversies around him, won the city of New York in 88. So I'm not talking about somebody that just is some removed figure in history. He literally changed American politics, New York politics, and kept the civil rights movement going, and then raised some of us that have been in the forefront in the first part of the 21st century to do what we do. And he's been there with us. When we did George Floyd, he was right there in the church with us when I did the eulogy. He was there with us with Trayvon Martin. He never stopped. I once said to him, "You already in history. You've gotten all the honors. Why do you keep going?" He said, "I never learned how to retire." He said, "You got to remember, Al, Dr. King was killed at 39 years old. Medgar Evers was killed at 39 years old. Malcolm X was killed at 39. We were never raised to be 40 years old." He said, "I woke up one day at 55. There's no retirement plan for us." And he kept going until this morning. So my whole life and the whole country and the world was changed. Don't forget, he went and got hostages from Iraq, hostages from Syria that no one else could get for this country. Never got the credit he was due. But he said to me that those that need the credit don't deserve it, and those that deserve the credit don't need it. Well, I'm going to make sure as long as I'm alive, he gets the credit. Reverend Jesse Jackson. On this Saturday, our regular Saturday Action Rally will be at the historic Mother Amy Zion Church. It's the church that Frederick Douglass spoke at. It's the church that Sojourner Truth at the altar changed her name from a slave name to Sojourner Truth. It's the church that Madam C.J. Walker's funeral is at, church that Paul Robeson was a member of. His brother was one of the pastors. So in Black History Month, we're going to dedicate the action rally this week to Jesse Jackson, which was the last organization he spoke for in the city of New York. Last time to Harlem, when he left the House of Justice, we took him to Sylvia's. And I never forget when he finished. We had to help with the fork. And he told me, "Wheel me into the kitchen." And he shook hands with all of the people in Sylvia's restaurant, shook hands with him in the kitchen. That's the last time he was here. So we're going to honor him. We're asking all of our city officials to join us there. We are the organization that Dr. Jackson worked with, and we're going to honor him this Saturday. We want all of them to come and give their condolences in a New York salute to Reverend Jesse Jackson. Any questions?
Yeah, Reverend Sharpton, what did he open your eyes to? What did he help you realize that you didn't know or weren't aware of, or how you got better?
He opened my eyes in two ways. He opened my eyes that we could make a difference, we could make change, that we could not be cynical. So by him running, as never had been an elected official, with most black elected officials at that time not with him in '84. When he ran and did that, I believed that we could make a difference. We could change laws. And which is why I went from just being bitter to trying to be better and be able to help change the system by not just fighting the system, but fighting it inside and outside at the same time. What he did for me personally I was born and raised in Brooklyn. My father left when I was 10. Unlike many other ministers that I looked up to, I didn't come from a high pedigree, nice family with my father and grandfather and great-grandfather preachers. My father left. Jesse was born out of wedlock. He taught me, his slogan was, "I am somebody." It's not how you're born, it's where you go with it. So he made me believe even a kid on welfare in Brownsville, Brooklyn, could be somebody. Because of Jesse Jackson taught me that. Look what he did. Born out of wedlock in Greenville, South Carolina. If he could do it, I could do it. It's easy for a preacher that's got PhD and his daddy was a big preacher and granddaddy. It's easy for him to do it. It wasn't easy for Jesse. And he taught me that it didn't have to be easy for me, but I could make it anyway.
Good morning, I'm Charlotte. I was just looking at some of your archived video this morning. One of them that just popped up was the March in 1995 against the social service cuts against Governor Pataki. What do you remember? Take us back to that day and what you remember about how powerful that day was with Reverend Jackson.
In 1995, they had cut the budget. Pataki had just been elected in 94. And I decided we were going to do a 10-day walk from New York to Albany. And we started at the Canaan Baptist Church where Y.T. Walker was pastor, then Dr. King's aide, and we'd walk 1.5 miles a day. Reverend Jackson flew in and said, "I'm going to start the march with y'all and finish with y'all." And I said to him, "Oh, you're not doing all this?" He said, "I'm not overweight, you need to walk." So we would laugh about that. And he met us in Albany. And we marched on George Pataki and got a lot of the legislation restored. That's how much he had local impact. He worked a lot with 1199, he worked with National Action Network, but he would call me. We used to talk at 6 o'clock every morning. He would call me and say, "What are y'all doing about this referendum?" I said, "How do you know about that?" But he was constantly kept his hand on the pulse on what was going on around the country.
Reverend Sharpton, can you speak to how he was a bridge between generations, Dr. King's generation, your generation, and the generations today of the social justice movement?
I think that Jesse Jackson was a bridge that was not given credit for. He was the youngest person on Dr. King's staff, so he was attractive to people like me that was a generation behind him, because he was more hip. He used to wear a Martin Luther King medallion. That's where I got that from. And he used to wear a vest. I never saw him wear a suit and tie until about 1972. And he had a big afro. So he wasn't the style of the conservative preachers like Dr. King was. And he then was able to understand our generation of saying no justice, no peace, rather than I am somebody. And he was the bridge that would say, but let us get something done. And he would be there. So whether it was in the 70s and 80s where we were fighting around the issues of Howard Beach and Yusef Hawkins, which he came in and visited the funeral home with me at Yusef Hawkins, or then later in the 21st century, it was Trayvon Martin, he came and stood with us. He would stand behind us as much as he would lead us, but he would stand behind us. I used to say he's leading from the back now, because he'd be there. And I think that he was never threatened by those older than him or younger than him. He just wanted us to keep our eyes on the prize.
And what about his commitment to peaceful protest and peaceful change at a time when there was a lot of violence?
He was adamant that we always keep nonviolence, because he said you're going to, first of all, he said you must have the moral standing that those we're fighting don't have. And if you become as immoral as them, not caring about life and the like, then you are not fighting a cause, you're fighting for who can have more power. So he definitely would always say that. And he would always say to me, if he heard I was getting ready to do something, Al, make sure that there is no violence. Make sure that you don't step outside of Dr. King's principles. And I think he also would always recommend us about language, not only violence in terms of physical, but your language must communicate justice, not revenge. He was very, very hard on me about that.
Brad, good morning. what would you say to those in the media, elected officials, others who are efforting to define Jesse Jackson's legacy in death by criticism, controversies that he had during his life, as opposed to the lifetime of accomplishments that you talked about briefly?
I think that there will be those that will raise the controversies, and they will raise some of the things that they would consider negative. But Reverend Jackson had a saying that he used to tell me that became something I lived by. He said, turn your scars into stars. And they can raise the controversy, but the fact that they've got to raise them at all means that he made his point. He made a fact. Nobody thought a kid born out of wedlock on Haney Street in South Carolina would be where he was. So sometime when you're climbing up steep mountains, you might slip and skid your knee. But the story is he climbed that mountain.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having us. I wanted to ask if there was anything from the Reverend's legacy you hope the new generation in the Democratic Party, the civil rights movement heed going forward.
I think that what I would hope they heed is that we continue to protect the right to vote, that we protect the Voting Rights Act, and that we protect the economic movements of not having an imbalance where the super rich get richer at the expense of the poor, and that we remain rainbow, multicultural, that we fight for immigration rights and civil rights, that we deal with policing and deal with vice. And I think that he represented that. We cannot take the rainbow out of the movement. We cannot take the nonviolence out, but we must protect the right to vote. Everything Dr. King and Reverend Jackson stood for is at risk right now. Supreme Court is weighing right now Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Right now we're seeing what's going on with ICE and deportation. So we have the challenge not to mourn Jesse Jackson, but we need to use our mornings, which is what we're going to do Saturday, to say there must be a movement. He would not want us to have sanctimonious mornings if we weren't going to get up and do the work.
Reverend Charlton, so many speeches over the years, so many important quotes. Which one is the most significant to you, the most personal in terms of what you remember?
I think that his '84 Democratic Convention speech, "Our Time Has Come," was a classic because it gave us hope. I think that when he came back in '88, "Keep Hope Alive" was a classic. There's so many, but Reverend Jackson had, last time he was time before last, he was at the House of Justice, he had a book of sermons and that he had come out with. And that's when I knew he was stumbling and had Parkinson's. And I asked him to sign the book to me. He could only do the first J. And I keep that book at home, a book of all his sermons. But he couldn't even sign his name, but he still came to Harlem to do what he could do.
Reverend Sharpton, one other question. In terms of his unfinished business around the economic justice issues like food insecurity, health care for people that he touched on at many points in his life, what do you say to that?
I say that we've got to keep fighting. We cannot make mockery with just mourning him and letting it go. And DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, which has now been wiped out by this present administration, that was Jesse Jackson saying we've got to diversify boardrooms, diversify.
All right, we're going to take a 2-minute break here right on Live Impact News. But coming up, we're going to talk to Johnson C. Smith University president about her experience and what she has to say about Jesse Jackson as we continue to honor his life. He passed away at 84 early this morning. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Time now is 1 o'clock, and we continue to honor the life of Reverend Jesse Jackson. He was a civil rights leader, and he died at the age of 84. He's from Greenville, South Carolina, made major moves in his life, helping so many people. His message was just for everyone to come together. So joining us now is Johnson C. Smith University President, Dr. Valerie Kinlock. Thank you so much for being here, Valerie. We really appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit. What is this impact, especially, for your campus in general? How are you guys feeling today?
It's a bittersweet moment because Reverend Dr. Jesse Jackson, he visited our campus in 1983, and he actually spoke to our university community about various topics, particularly voter registration, and how we involve more people of color, particularly Black people, in the political process. And so we're saddened. It is a legacy that will continue to live on, and one that left us a blueprint for how to really think about change in this world.
We've spoken to a lot of different Charlotte leaders right here, and I've asked them all the same thing: is how did he shape where you are today, and did he have any influence on why you wanted to become a leader?
That's a great question. And I will say I would be surprised if he didn't shape so many of our perspectives in terms of leading in this country, in this world. The one thing that I will say is he founded Operation Push. And I think one of the primary goals for Operation Push was to really think about how do we unite? How do we actually unite and focus on humanity and the different aspects of humanity? How do we think about Black voter registration and participation, but also thinking about engagement? And when I think about Reverend Dr. Jesse Jackson, I really think about the ideals of leadership. How is it that we push for the type of community and the type of society and hence world that we all should live in, participate in, engage in? For me personally, he was foundational to how I think about leading. Being a protege himself of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, being able to understand what a beloved community is, but also being able to understand how to lead people toward change in the most productive and positive ways. I think we all have a lot to continue to learn from his life and his legacy.
Moving forward, what does this mean, and how can we continue what he represented?
I think we continue what he represented, by some of his favorite slogans, right? He said, keep hope alive. He talked about how I am somebody. And I think what we do is to understand that even in the midst of change, in the midst of struggle, or in the midst of unfortunate realities that might plague individuals and our collective, we must keep hope alive, and we must understand that we are all interconnected. That's what Jesse Jackson offered me. I think he offered that blueprint for all of us. And in order to do that work, we need to know and remember Reverend Dr. Jesse Jackson. And we also need to understand that his legacy in many ways, was connected to what Martin Luther King wanted us to do in this world. And so that interconnectedness is really important, particularly today.
How are you helping your students kind of understand his legacy and continue to teach that at the university?
That's a really important question. I would say he used and embodied moral language to ignite and inspire change. And it's the type of inclusive and productive change. He was able to say, how do we teach and reach each other in the most powerful ways that we can see our differences and we can work and live in the midst of those differences as we seek to understand humanity, being humanizing, having this moral compass. And for our students on this campus, those are foundational to who we are. We teach our students to be participatory and collaborative. We teach our students to dare I say, interrupt injustices and oppressions and hatred. And we also teach our students how to become the type of people, citizens, dare I say, that are citizens of the globe. And I believe that Jesse Jackson, his focus on voting and the rights of people really ring really powerfully for us, because that's what we want our students to engage in. And we want them to engage in civil discourse that allows us to really move forward collectively and collaboratively.
And we also did ask this to a few others here, but what is your famous speech that really sticks out with you? I know, running for president twice, he had some amazing speeches. What's one that stands out in your mind?
There's so many speeches that stand out for me. I would say instead of a speech, it's probably the theme of healing and rebuilding, which was always a theme that for me surfaced in everything that he talked about. I think that he made stops to various university campuses. I mean, being a graduate of North Carolina A&T, being from Greenville, South Carolina, visiting Johnson C. Smith University and talking about voter registration, I think every speech he gave, at least for me, focused on access to high quality healthcare, education and educational attainment, and voter registration. And so for me, it's the theme of healing and rebuilding and continuing to heal and rebuild that resonates in everything that he said and everything that he did.
Awesome. Dr. Valerie Kinloch, thank you so much for being here with us. We really appreciate your take on everything, and as we continue to honor his legacy today.
Thank you for having me.
All right, we're going to take a quick break right here on Live Impact News, but keep it right here on WCNC Plus. You're watching Live Impact News right here on WCNC Plus. We are going to get it over to some breaking news right now. This is right outside of the U.S. Capitol. Officers just arrested a person about 30 minutes ago with what appears to be a gun near the west front of the U.S. Capitol building. So they're asking everyone to avoid that area. They said Maryland Avenue is temporarily closed between 1st and 3rd Street while they do investigate. At this time, there does not appear to be any other suspects or ongoing threats. So out of abundance of caution, they're just asking people to stay away from that area as they investigate and collect evidence. You can see some of that scene out there. There is police tape over there, and police are trying to keep people away at this time. Again, there is one person in custody that we do know of. So we will continue to watch this and make sure if there are any other updates to bring you right outside the U.S. Capitol. But for now, we are going to head on over to Minnesota. Congresswoman Haley Stevens and Hillary Scholten did tour the ICE detention facility in Baldwin. So they're visiting fellow lawmakers right now and demanding answers. And so we're going to take a listen into what they are saying right now.
Ending legal process that can't get him answers because he was a refugee sandwiched between birthplaces with no birth records, family who has citizenship, but he was caught in a system without it. So look, we need to have accountability for ICE on our streets and in our neighborhoods. We need to have oversight, and I firmly believe we need to have overhauls. GEO is one piece of this, but more so around the intaking and taking process. That's where I'm going to continue to push for answers to the questions that I have.
It just feels very secret, like you're not allowed to bring your phones in, we're not allowed to go in, like why? I mean, if we're paying for funding these facilities, what's with all the secrecy? Why? Did they give you any reason why?
Well, they didn't answer some of those questions around the ways in which press can get in, why it takes a certain amount of time for our scheduled visits to take place, why there's one story coming out of family and friends who are visiting and firsthand accounts, the lawyers who have physically taken the trip to come up here aren't just doing the Zoom meetings. That jumps out at me. Those are going to be some follow-ups that I have as well. Also, what takes place when individuals are removed and deported from this country and how that transportation is being arranged. And also what is going on with the court process. I'm deeply concerned about the ongoing costs, particularly for those who are held up in a court system and aren't getting answers. One individual, this is another important story, said that she was granted release pending bail, but couldn't get information about that. And I was translating for, through Google Translation, even though I'm not her attorney. And we were taking those cases. We had congressional paperwork with us to try and open up cases for the individuals we met with today.
Do you know how much money this facility makes having these people here? Because I heard it's a good money.
Yeah, well, this is a private entity, and in terms of our congressional oversight, we need to ask why a private company is making money and profiting off of keeping people in detainment when they may have been granted release or bail. Thank you all so much.
Thanks everyone. Representative,
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm so entangled here. I have all your mics.
Oh my God, I almost forgot about my microphone.
We have the Detroit Free Press here. Holy smokes.
Just from Grand Rapids.
Oh, okay.
Do you mind if I grab this?
Yeah, that's yours.
Yeah, where are you from? I'm from 9 and 10 News.
Yeah, keep me on the email
Very
links.
nice to meet you.
Right back here live on WCNC Plus, back here in Charlotte. We did actually speak with Charlotte City Councilman Malcolm Graham about his experience with Reverend Jesse because he had actually some very personal ties with him. So we are going to show you that full conversation, just talking about his legacy and what he meant to Malcolm Graham. So let's take a listen in. and talked to him several times is Charlotte City Councilman Malcolm Graham. Malcolm, thank you so much for being here.
It's a pleasure to be with you this morning.
Yeah. You know, like I said, you've had several encounters with him, and actually several like very personal encounters as well. He did the eulogy at your sister's funeral. You spoke with him several times. Tell me, you know, kind of what this means to you as everybody does look back on his life.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I couldn't sleep last night, and so I was laying in bed watching news like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, and then the announcement came that he had passed. I know he was in ill health for a while, and so it really wasn't surprising. And I just thought about all the wonderful things he did to contribute to building a better nation, a better world, a civil rights icon, a native of Greenville, South Carolina. I was born and raised in Charleston, South Carolina, and had the opportunity to really meet him early when I was a young guy in elementary school, when he came to the school with the Out with Hope, Down with Dope campaign, and just really inspired me from an early age in terms of someone looking like me, really advocating on behalf of me and behalf of a race of people. And obviously that took on to when I met him again on the campus of Johnson C. Smith. He was there rallying for Harvey Gantt when he was running for mayor of the city of Charlotte. I was the executive director for the Carolinas Minority Supply Development Council, and I brought a picture to show where I had the opportunity to introduce him.
Look at this guy.
A full-back picture. I was the executive director of the nonprofit organization, and we had our corporate awards dinner, and he, in 1988, was our keynote speaker. He was running for president the second time in 1988. It's such a tremendous presence. I sit there and I watch him spoke at the dinner for about an hour with literally no notes.
Yeah.
A great speaker. I ran for Senate. And when robocalls was a new thing, he did a robocall for me.
Oh, wow.
And so citizens all over Charlotte heard Reverend Jesse Jackson say, hey, vote for Malcolm Graham for the North Carolina State Senate. And then lastly, when I lost my sister at the Emmanuel Amy Church shooting, he called me and we talked, and he prayed with me. And he said, I'm coming to Charleston. And I said, would you please do me the honor of being one of the speakers at Cynthia's funeral service? And he did. And I brought also the front, the local section of the Charlotte Observer, where he talked about the message that he delivered at the church service. He was personable, he was sharp, he was candid, he was an amazing speaker. He is history, right, for our country and certainly for the African American community. But for Jesse Jackson, there would be no Barack Obama. He certainly paved the way. Even during the delegate count, Jesse Jackson, when he ran for president, he used the delegate system to get the number of votes necessary to win the nomination. He fell short. Obama used the same formula and was successful. And so I'm going to miss my friend, my mentor, and someone who has an amazing impact on this country and this world.
You know, looking at, you know, just your history in general, a lot of the things align to what he, you know, stood for, right? You want affordable housing, you want, you know, to bridge the gaps here. Did he pave the way for you? Do you feel like you ran for all of this Senate, City Council, all of that because of him?
Yeah, because of role models like Jesse Jackson. He inspired me, again, from an early age. And you just watching someone that you met do what he was doing, being a student at Smith, and he's there advocating for Harvey Gantt, another Charlestonian. Watching this guy that you know run for the presidency of the United States, not once, twice, and advocating for those things that are important to me: safe communities, affordable housing, health care for those who need it. workforce and job opportunities, right? Trying to create a better country, a better community. All those things inspired me, and it's the platform that I kind of stand on today. Watching him as an example of it's possible, right? He opened doors for me and others that look like me and Obama, that anything is possible if you keep hope alive.
Yeah. You know, he, young protege of Dr. Martin Luther King, he was actually right there when Dr. Martin Luther King passed as well. A lot of people saying that, you know, this bridges the gap in history, right? Because he was right there with him. Well, now, moving forward, what is still that message? What still needs to happen?
Well, I think the message remains the same, right? That when you watch what's happening in our country today, we are better together. And I think that's the message that Reverend Jackson talked about each and every day, that we're better together, that we have to keep hope alive, that we have to strive for greatness, and that as a country, as a race of people, diversity, equity, and inclusion are not bad words. They are how you bring people together. And when you look at the demographics of the country, how the country is changing, those principles that he taught, that he spoke about, that he lectured about, that he died, right, still believing in, has to be transferred to a new generation of leaders, because those issues that he fought for still remains today.
Yeah, absolutely. Just personally, on a personal level, you know, with your sister and everything, having him do that, what did that mean for you and your family?
It brought some comfort. Everyone that spoke at Cynthia service knew her personally. So he was there to comfort me and comfort our family and comfort the community, and also to comfort a race of people, because the attack on Cynthia and Senator Pinckney and the others, they bore the brunt of that, but the attack itself was an attack against a race of people. And he talked about that, and he talked about the goodness of people, and that we're all in this together. And despite how we were feeling that day, that we still have to keep hope alive. Yeah. It was inspiring, and it demonstrated the depth of our personal relationship. Now, we didn't talk every day,
sure.
right? But when I called, a day or two, I got a return call, and what can I do? How can I help you? And whether it was, like I said, this Sunday campaign, can you do this new thing called robocall for me?
Yeah.
He said yes. Or when I asked him, would he mind speaking at Cynthia service, he said, obviously, yes, I'm honored. So we were touched by the fact that he would take the time to do that for us.
Absolutely.
I wanted to ask, as people are reflecting today and his long line and legacy of work, if there are viewers who kind of want to learn more about the man and his message, is there a speech that maybe sticks out into your mind, or a piece of work that you should tell people to watch or go see?
Yeah, for sure. His two nominating addresses in 84 and 88 at the Democratic National Convention is simply amazing. Every time I listen to it, and I probably will listen to it at some point today, I get chilled. That an amazing speaker, the ability to deliver the message clearly, the passion in which he delivered the message, and that the message needed to be heard by many. I mean, those two speeches are just simply amazing. Yeah. And again, it's just reflective of who he was. And this whole thing about the Rainbow Coalition is bringing everybody together: black, white, gay, straight, young, old, rich, poor, farmers, those who work in janitorial services, executives. We are all stronger together. And that was his message on both addresses.
Amazing. Today, what are you doing, just to celebrate his legacy?
Well, I'm talking to you,
Yeah.
right?
Sure.
Right? I'm talking to you,
Yeah, I love
and
that.
to celebrate the legacy, I kind of pulled out some old
Mm-hmm.
articles and pictures to reflect on the man, and just remembering the contribution that he contributed to our country, and like I said, worldwide. He went overseas and brought prisoners home. He marched with King. He did so many amazing things, right from Greenville, South Carolina, North Carolina A&T State University, an Omega man. Probably the only thing he got wrong, he probably should have pledged Kappa, pledged Omega Psi Phi fraternity. And so those are things I can relate to, right? Because he's so close and so personal to me, right? So I will remember the man, and at some point today, I think I will Google that 88 speech and listen to it one more time.
Absolutely. All right, a great conversation there. We're going to take a quick break right here on Live Impact News, but keep it with us on WCNC Plus. You are watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Time now is 1:30, an absolutely beautiful day. I mean, Monday was beautiful, and today's beautiful, and the rest of the week is looking pretty good too. So let's take a look at our weather with meteorologist Majestic Storm.
More clouds out there today, but temperatures will still rise well above our average. Look at this out there in Monroe. You can tell generally just a good mix of sun and clouds. I think that's what we should all be prepared for. A little more sunshine as we're looking towards the Charlotte Motor Speedway. So it's going to be dry today, and temperatures will be slightly warmer than yesterday. Boy, yesterday was a gorgeous one. What a nice way to start out our new work week with blue skies and sunshine, 65 degrees. A good day for President's Day. Lots of people were home from work, kids home from school. It was a good day to get outside and enjoy it. 67 is where we'll top off today, so a little bit warmer than that. And then tomorrow, cloudy, but we are dry. And really the big story over the next several days will be this increase in temperatures. Daytime highs will be back into the 70s before we knew it. And then this upcoming weekend, we do have several opportunities for rain showers. hours. We're talking about Friday, Saturday, and into Sunday. It's a mild afternoon though, so hopefully you can soak up some nice sunshine while it lasts. We will have a few more clouds though, like I mentioned, late this afternoon and especially this evening. Still though, if you're picking up those kids after school, would be a great day to do something outside with them. As we're heading up towards the mountains, those temperatures are looking mighty nice. 62 degrees today in Banner Elk, 61 in Blowing Rock and Fleetwood. As we're heading down to the south just a bit, mid to upper 60s, low 70-degree temperatures across the foothills. 70 degrees today there in Morganton, 67 in Concord and the Queen City, 67 there in Statesville, mid 60s in Salisbury. Much of the same as we're heading just to the south, 69 in Lancaster and 67 for Chesterfield. Like I mentioned, we will have increasing cloud coverage throughout the day, which means it will be cloudy overnight and those clouds will help those temperatures by tomorrow morning. Waking up into the low 50s, so no need to send those kids off to the school bus stop with several layers. It's not going to be all that cold tomorrow. And then our highs are looking nice as well, upper 60s and low 70s for our Wednesday forecast. And then look at Thursday, 71, Friday even warmer with mid 70s returning. Now I wish I could tell you it was going to be a beautiful 70-degree day on Friday, but unfortunately I can promise you the warmth, but not so much with the sunshine. Cooler temperatures as we're heading into the weekend, and then Monday our high only topping off at 50 degrees. So we kind of have a lot going on as we're looking at our extended forecast. If you have plans tonight, here's 6 o'clock. Should be a really nice evening, comfortable as well. Waking up tomorrow, remember it's all about the cloudy conditions and the comfortable temperatures again, waking up into the mid 50s. Warming up nicely, 60s ahead, and then on Wednesday we'll start to tap into a little bit of moisture, mainly up in the mountains. Here in the Charlotte metro area, small chances for a couple of sprinkles on Thursday, but really the focus for rain will be Friday, Saturday, and into Sunday. There's that setup there across really the southeast. We will have widespread rain throughout the weekend, and our models are indicating that we'll pick up at least around an inch of rain throughout that time frame, maybe a little bit more. And so while it could be a bit of an inconvenience for some of your weekend plans, remember we desperately need that rain. Our drought situation is not looking good. So enjoy today. 67, good mix of sun and clouds, low 50 degree temperatures for our lows tonight, warming on up through Friday with a high of 76, and then rain chances, they'll really start to increase as we're heading through Friday, especially Friday night and into Saturday. Sunday we'll have some lingering rain as well, and then on Monday back to sunny skies, and next week looks fantastic. I hope you have a great Tuesday.
Looking absolutely beautiful. So that is some exciting news. Right now, though, we want to tell you that we are watching for this press conference. It should be starting soon. It said it would start at 1:30, but these things usually come on a little later. But the governor is going to be talking about job development here in Raleigh. So we will keep an eye on that. And when it does happen, we will go straight to that. But for now, we are actually going to go to Virginia right now. And this is where they're giving an update on a house explosion that happened in Virginia just early this morning, and it was officials from Fairfax County Fire and Rescue. So they're giving an update on that house explosion. So let's take a listen in.
Let's listen in here.
And I spoke with a woman on Fuzzywood Road, and she was just told this morning that she needed to evacuate. Are you guys already expanding evacuations?
We are not expanding the scope or the radius that we identified yesterday afternoon. It may be that we just didn't catch her on the communique.
Chief, how many additional homes are at risk of needing evacuation? You said they could expand to that quarter-mile radius. How many additional homes are potentially at risk, and should people be prepared to leave at a moment's notice?
Excellent question. So that quarter-mile radius would expand it to about 100 additional homes. Again, we're not saying that that's the case yet. If that were to be the case, our goal is to provide 3 to 4 hours notice to those residents, notifying them through the blog, reverse 911, the text messages. It would not. Knocking on doors and evacuating people is an emergency response. We would try and give them as much notice as possible, and then follow up with knocking on the door and making face-to-face contact. Great question.
And all of that, again, is dependent on finding a leak.
It is speculative, absolutely. It all depends on which line is leaking, yes, sir, and where.
When you say 46 evacuated, 82 with no gas, is the 82 in addition to the 46, or does that include the 46?
Includes the 46 total.
And is Williams also digging?
Williams is not actively digging. I think it's a process of elimination, going through the lines which are layered, crisscross, so you can't have multiple utilities digging in the same area at the same time. And that's about as much as I can say why they work together to figure out whose line and where it may be.
And to be clear, everyone's cooperating?
100%. We are transitioning to a very supportive role to both utility companies and the NTSB. Our primary responsibility is making sure the community is safe, but we are supporting both utility companies and the NTSB.
And the utility companies are speaking, they're talking with each other. See, that's your question.
I guess it's a common in that situation to have one, and they work that out themselves. Does the county work with them? Hey, who's going to dig? Who's going to start? This process of
No, that's an excellent question. So there's both state and federal agencies that have oversight and help facilitate those conversations. Again, everybody is very cooperative. I don't expect that to ever change. But you have the SCC within the state of Virginia who has multiple reps on scene. You also have PHMSA, which is Petroleum Hazmat Safety Advisory. That's a federal agency. They're on scene as well with multiple representatives, and they both, depending on which lines, where, they both have some facilitation in those conversations in the process.
What's being done for the neighbors who were already evacuated, and what in theory would be done if you did, on the chance you did have to expand the zone?
Yeah, absolutely. We offered a warming center, like a community center, the night of the initial incident. We did not see any residents in the area take advantage of that. It seems largely that people have found either hotels, friends, or family to stay with. There are means of reimbursement either through insurance, renters and homeowners insurance policies, and then also the utility companies offering to reimburse the residents.
Just to follow up on that, how were residents informed of this resource that night? I just spoke to someone who said that night they slept in their car. So how has that been communicated in the last 2 days? I don't know how you found that.
Yes. Yeah, so the night of the incident, if they were sleeping in the car, we did make face-to-face communication with everybody in the area because we did need to evacuate on an emergency basis at that time. So it was within minutes. So the fire department went door to door, not only evacuating, but also taking readings within the area.
How many have texted to the incident line?
We had 340.
Running total 340 since yesterday when it was announced.
What was that? I'm sorry.
The question was, how many people have signed up for the text messages for Fairfax County? 340 thus far.
It may be obvious, but to the layman, why is NTSB involved in this?
That's a good question. They have governing authority over the investigation of pipeline incidents. Probably new to a lot of people, but it is actually the way things work, and it's not the first time they've been involved in one.
Does this change how you guys approach incidents like this? Is there anything you guys have already learned as a result of this?
Our emergency response and mitigation and safety efforts remain the same, and we think that we have some of the best in the business. We support them. The only thing that would change is that we have to make sure the confidentiality is maintained between us and NTSB, knowing that it's their investigation and it's going to be in process for some time.
All right, we're actually going to go to Minnesota right now. Tim Walz is speaking there in the legislature at St. Paul. So let's take a listen into what he's saying.
Out. They understood what this was. They understood it was an assault on the democracy. But I think it's hard to express the loss, the sense of, I don't know if calling it the loss of innocence is right, but what was taken from all of us, and the sense of each and every one of you doing public service with your family. And to watch this family, to watch this body, to watch our state try and grapple and move through this, and other tragedies have come on top of it as we're living through. But I think it's important in this moment, and I'm grateful to this body, Leader Stevenson, for pausing, for making note of this, because again, the way you honor Melissa and Mark, is how we conduct ourselves afterwards. It's one thing to be reflective to the past and to tell stories of the past. It's another to what did we learn from that. And I would just close with where it started when I got to know Melissa Hortman, got to know the speaker, and it was in 2019. And again, Minnesota's unique in this. Very few states have divided legislators. I think at the time there were two. I think it was us and Alaska maybe. I'm not sure. It's very rare, which meant we had to work together. That was the first session in 2019, and the last one was, of course, last year. And in both cases, we had divided legislators. We had very spirited discussions, and we ended with budgets.
All right, we're going to check in with Governor Josh Stein right now because he is speaking about workforce. So let's take a listen in to hear what he has to say.
I'm joined by David Etzweiler, who is CEO of the Siemens Foundation, North Carolina Community College System President Jeff Cox, Pilar Andrade Rosalino. She is an electrical worker with Mr. Sparky and an alum of Wake Tech. Thank you so much. And then we have other important supporters. We are here today to make an exciting announcement. North Carolina, as we all know, is growing fast. We're the #1 state to which people from other states are moving. We're the 3rd fastest growing state in terms of population and in terms of percentage growth. The more people who move here, the more demand it creates on construction, on our electrical grid. Yesterday, my Energy Policy Task Force put out a report with recommendations about how we can keep power and electricity safe, affordable, reliable, and sustainable. Given our state's real need to produce and distribute more power, it is certain that we need more electrical talent. Utilities need electrical workers to generate power for hospitals to take care of patients, for businesses to grow the economy, for homeowners and renters to heat and cool their homes. Manufacturers rely on electrical workers to produce their goods. Telecommunications and transportation systems rely on electrical workers to better connect us with each other. During Hurricane Helene, we saw electrical workers act heroically to help Western North Carolina recover. They climbed mountains to set poles, woke up before dawn, weeks on end, to replace critical infrastructure and wire their neighbors' businesses and homes. During last month's winter storm, electrical workers helped people restore power and stay warm. But even in the face of tremendous need, we're seeing a concerning, growing shortage of electrical workers in North Carolina. Today, electrical workers are retiring from the field at a much faster rate than there are new entrants. Here in North Carolina, nearly 70% of licensed electricians are over the age of 50. 70% are over 50. 15% are under 40. That is a serious mismatch which we have to address. Electrical workers, electrical careers are in demand and they pay very well, putting people on a path towards financial stability. They can help also meet our state's economic development needs. And that is why today, along with the Siemens Foundation, I am proud to announce the Careers Electric Initiative. Careers Electric is going to be powered by more than a $9 million grant from the same Siemens Foundation to transform North Carolina into the gold star standard for electrical workforce training in this country. Careers Electric is investing in our best-in-class workforce development partners to train the entire spectrum of electrical workers. The North Carolina Business Committee for Education, or NCBCE, will work with college and K-12 leaders, many of whom are here today, to provide high school students with youth apprenticeships to learn about basic safety and wiring skills and to prepare them for more advanced electrical training as they develop. Community colleges will be able to hire more instructors so that they can teach more students and invest in more equipment so that students can enroll in electrical training. National partners will provide advanced training for specialized roles like microgrids. And the Families and Workers Fund will invest in wraparound supports to ensure that students can afford to stay enrolled in their training programs when life throws them a curveball. My Council on Workforce and Apprenticeships, which is led by Secretary Lee Lilly, Senator Eddie Settle, and President Jeff Cox, believes that we have to engage employers to maximize the impact of our workforce training efforts. The Siemens Foundation agrees with that core principle. That's why right before this announcement, we hosted a roundtable discussion with some of North Carolina's major employers, inviting them to join this coalition and scale this important work across the state. By partnering with employers, bringing stakeholders together, defining clear pathways to good jobs, and focusing on results, we are building the workforce system here in North Carolina that works for both job seekers and employers alike. North Carolina is ranked the #1 state for business and for economic development. We're blessed with an enviable quality of life and a friendly business climate. But more than anything else, it is North Carolina's people that powers our success. Just last month, North Carolina was named the top state for workforce development in the country. Our world-class education, workforce, and business partners are working together to train North Carolinians for the jobs of today and tomorrow. But we as a state can never rest on our laurels. Other states want what we have here in North Carolina. So we have to keep investing in our people. Last week, I announced new funding for NC Career Launch, our program that furthers youth apprenticeships and connects high schoolers with economic opportunity. And thanks to Siemens, we have more good news today. No state will outwork Team North Carolina when it comes to workforce development. I'm grateful to the Siemens Foundation, our partners, and the employers in this room for joining us in that mission as we power North Carolina with Careers Electric. And I'm now pleased to bring forward David Etzweiler, who is CEO of the Siemens Foundation, to share more about Careers Electric. David, thank you for your believing in North Carolina.
Well, Governor Stein, thank you again for hosting us today, and particularly for your extraordinary leadership around workforce training. You are right that this state is gifted, and it starts with leadership. And the leadership we just heard from today, and not just here, but in the room next door a few minutes ago as well. I also want to thank our incredible Careers Electric partners who are in the room today as well. These are the folks who are getting it done, and this work is already underway, right? This has started very recently, but Dr. Jeff Cox, North Carolina Community College System President, Caroline Sullivan, Executive Director of the North Carolina Business Committee for Education. Caroline, thank you. Jennifer Mefford, Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Training Program National Co-Chair, and Dr. Scott Rawls, Wake Tech Community College President. Scott, thank you as well. The Siemens Foundation advances workforce training in the United States and is committed to expanding skill development and economic opportunity for all. Today, the United States, as the governor mentioned, is facing explosive new demand for electrical workers as data centers and AI infrastructure is built out and manufacturing in the U.S. expands. In fact, by 2030, we will need more than 130,000 electrical workers to meet that demand, and in North Carolina, your demand is roughly double what we're seeing across the United States, some 15 to 20% growth between now and 2033 in the need for electrical workers. And yet, in the face of our need for more electrical workers in this country, we are not even treading water. As the governor noted, the number of electrical workers retiring from the field each year now exceeds the numbers entering it. In short, we are going backwards when we need to be accelerating forward at a rapid pace. At the same time, we know that 37% of adults in the U.S. report that they could not cover a $400 unexpected expense from their savings or from their credit. 37% of people in the United States, that's from the Fred, by the way. And 70% say the American dream that hard work pays off is unattainable. That's the Edelman Trust Barometer. 70% of folks in this country say that hard work is not attainable. These are sad facts for too many families and concerning statistics for our country. This confluence of tremendous need and tremendous opportunity is at the heart of Careers Electric. It is rare that powerful market forces are so well aligned to the needs of so many individuals and families, but that is exactly the case that we have here. We have begun Careers Electric in North Carolina, where we're partnering with business, education systems, and government to build meaningful pathways for well-paying, sustainable careers in electrical trades. And these are meaningful jobs with tremendous benefits and upside potential. The foundation has invested over $9 million over the next 3 years in world-class training partners here in North Carolina, including the North Carolina Business Committee for Education, to launch a statewide employer sector partnership and high school pre-apprenticeship programs supporting high school students, and in more than 20 regions beginning this summer. These are intensive 8-week programs for high school students, by the way, and they come with stipends of $2,000 each, which is really important for broadening the funnel in terms of who we're reaching out to and how we're bringing people in. Wake Tech Community College to increase enrollment, equipment, and advanced training courses in electrical systems technology, and of course to make sure that we're attracting the best and the brightest instructors, continuing to in this field as well. North Carolina Community College System Office and the Community College Foundation to significantly expand capacity in electrical training programs at 10 additional community colleges across the state. The Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Training Program to provide advanced training in areas including energy storage, microgrids, and electric vehicles. And finally, again, as the governor mentioned, the Family and Workers Fund to invest in wraparound support for training participants who require an economic bridge to a better paycheck. And this is another one of those very important items for this. If you expect to expand the number of people you're attracting into workforce, you've got to meet them where they live. And for a lot of people, it comes down to transportation, it comes down to childcare, it comes down to temporary investments in equipment needed for training and moving on. That's what the Family and Workers Fund role in all this is, and that's an exciting piece of all of this. Perhaps most importantly, we're here today to invite others, including employers, foundations, and trade associations, to join with us as equal partners in this work. As he mentioned, as Governor Stein mentioned right before this, he hosted us in a fantastic conversation with that group to discuss building a coalition, because like so many others, we know this work must be done in coalition at scale. The go-it-alone days of individual entities trying to do this are over. It's not working. And I think that was underscored a few minutes ago. Real impact occurs when we tackle these challenges collectively. So our call to action today is for greater collaboration. Industry leaders, educators, policymakers, let's unite to fill the gap together. And together we can modernize how we prepare workers for tomorrow's challenges. Governor, thank you again, and my thanks to all of you for being here today. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Cox, President of the North Carolina Community College Association, and our trusted partner, to the podium. Jeff.
All right, hearing from North Carolina Governor Josh Stein announcing training programs for electric careers. So that's very exciting. We're going to take a quick break right here on WCNC Plus, but keep it right here. We have lots more to get to throughout this afternoon. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We're going to head back to Raleigh, where Governor Josh Stein is making an announcement about careers, especially in electronics. So let's take a listen in.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is truly a great day for North Carolina. It's an honor to be here with you all today. As David mentioned, I'm Jeff Cox, president of the North Carolina Community College System. Proudly have that role over, I believe, the best community college system in the country. Our extraordinary 58 community colleges serve over 600,000 students each year, awarding more than 60,000 degrees, diplomas, and certificates each year. Governor Stein, thank you for your vision and commitment to North Carolina's future workforce, your leadership in bringing together our state's key partners for this initiative is vital. To the Siemens Foundation and Wake Tech, in particular, Dr. Rawls, you in particular, thank you for your investment and pioneering partnership. Together, we're tackling this critical need head on. Today marks a transformative moment for our state's economy and its citizens. We're here to celebrate a commitment to building a stronger, brighter future for North Carolina. We at the North Carolina Community College System know the reality that we're in right now. The expansion of AI, data centers, electric vehicles, and renewable energy is driving an estimated 20% growth in our electrical workforce needs. Coupled with over 10,000 electricians who are retiring annually, this is a clear and present challenge in North Carolina that requires an immediate and collaborative response. That response is Careers Electric. This initiative is perfectly aligned with our system's vision to connect students to high-demand, high-wage jobs, and it really fills, while also filling the talent pipeline for all of our business and industry partners. North Carolina is the right choice for this initiative, as our state is consistently ranked, as the governor mentioned, #1 in the country for business and more recently #1 for workforce development. This initiative would not be possible without the profound generosity of the Siemens Foundation. To David Etzweiler and your entire team, your commitment at the Siemens Foundation to meet this challenge head on is truly transformative. Your investment will fundamentally reshape our workforce pipeline and help secure North Carolina's economic growth for years to come, so thank you. This project is a testament to the power of partnership. I want to specifically recognize Wake Tech Community College and Dr. Scott Rawls for spearheading the program's development and delivery. Your pioneering work on this initiative to date has laid the foundation for this statewide expansion. Our mission with Careers Electric isn't just about filling jobs, though. In many communities across our great state, folks who are born into poverty have a 2 out of 3 chance of staying in poverty. This project will help individuals climb out of that statistic and break the cycle of intergenerational poverty. It's one of the things that struck me talking early to David. It's more than about just filling jobs. It's giving people hope for a real family-sustaining wage. So that is really exciting for me. Siemens Foundation's generous support will allow 10 of our colleges to create flexible approaches to increase their electrification enrollment on their campuses, meaning more students graduating with high earning potential and valuable in-demand skills that are workforce aligned. This initiative is a proactive plan to ensure North Carolina remains competitive and equipped for the demands of a modern, electrified economy. On behalf of the North Carolina Community College System, thank you again to the Governor for convening us, to the Siemens Foundation and David Etzweiler for your incredible investment, and to Wake Tech and all of our partners for your dedication. We're ready to get to work on this, and we're committed to retaining our position as the #1 state in the nation for business and workforce development. I'd like to turn this now over to the star of the show, Pilar Andrade Rosalino, a Wake Tech graduate who will share her pathway to an electrical career and help bring to life how important community college training and this partnership program with Siemens is. Pilar, take it away.
Good afternoon. My name is Pilar Andrade Rosalino, and I am excited to share my journey at Wake Technical Community College. Before sharing my journey, I believe it is important to start with my family because they are the reason I chose to pursue my degree. My journey began in childhood, watching my father work as an electrician. Over the years, he developed and refined his electrical skills through hands-on experience. And eventually, he began teaching other family members, including my mother, and together they created their own electrical team. Growing up surrounded by the electrical trade naturally drew me into the field. During high school, I frequently visited construction sites with my parents to gain hands-on experience and to have a better understanding of the electrical field. Although those job sites gave me a lot of experience, I realized they were not enough to gain comprehensive technical knowledge. That realization led me to pursue my degree. Having lived in the Triangle area most of my life, I was very familiar with Wake Tech and the many programs it had to offer. When I saw electrical systems technology, I knew it was the right fit for me. During my time at Wake Tech, I earned my associate's degree in electrical systems technology in May 2025. The program gave me a strong foundation in the electrical field. I learned the fundamentals, including the National Electrical Code, safety procedures, electrical theory, and the basic wiring practices. I was able to develop and refine my hands-on skills through practical training and through lab work. This preparation has been essential in my current position as an electrical technician. The knowledge and training I received has allowed me to confidently troubleshoot, follow code requirements, and perform installations safely and efficiently. Electrical work is important to me because it challenges me to continuously learn and problem solve. I take pride knowing my work keeps families and businesses safe. Being a woman in a blue-collar job isn't always easy. Sometimes people doubt you. And seeing other women in my program made a huge difference. I had the pleasure of meeting and working with some of them while I was at school. I felt I wasn't alone, and that gave me the courage to keep pushing forward. Expanding training opportunities in electrical programs can help many students like me gain access to quality education and hands-on experience. Many students may have an interest in the trades but need structured training to turn that interest into a career. Investing in these programs helps build a skilled workforce and supports the community. My goal is to earn my electrical license and continue growing in this field. Because of my family and because of Wake Tech, I have the skills, the confidence, and the belief I can build a future doing the work I am proud of. Thank you for allowing me to share my journey, and I am excited to hear about the New Careers Electric program and look forward to more people having the chance to pursue this line of work. Thank you to my mother for teaching me all the things that I know today. Thank you for Wake Tech for allowing me to teach other people this line of work, and thank you for Mr. Sparky for all the support. My name is Pilar Andrade Rosalino, and thank you for allowing me to share my journey.
Jeff was right when he said that Pilar was the star of the show. Yep. And you may have gotten your skills from Wake Tech, but I think you got your confidence from your mother and what's inside. Thank you so much for presenting. You're the reason we're here. We want people to have opportunity, and you saw that opportunity in front of you and you grabbed it, and I'm so impressed. Thank you, Pilar. Thank you. And thank all of you for being here to share this exciting announcement that Siemens Foundation is making a $9 million investment in the #1 workforce development state in this country. Thank you.
Governor Josh Stein right there speaking about training programs for electrical careers. So very exciting from Raleigh right there. We're going to take a quick break right here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. But hey, you don't want to go anywhere because we have extraordinary video of a church explosion in upstate New York that we're going to tell you about. And you really don't want to miss this video. So keep it right here on WCNC Plus. Welcome back to Live Impact News. The time right now is 2:11. Thank you so much if you're just joining us on WCNC Plus. We have some incredible video to show you right now. This is a church in Oneonta County, New York, which is right near Syracuse, New York, if you are familiar with the area. First responders arrived at the church around 10 a.m. this morning for a report of gas odor inside the church. We do know that one firefighter was injured in that explosion. This is in Boonville. So Boonville, New York, like I said, close to Syracuse, New York. The state police say Boonville Fire Department entered the church during that response, and the explosion occurred when they were inside the building. 5 people were taken to Utica for treatment to a hospital there, and the firefighter and one person are listed in critical condition right now. So 4 people in critical or hurt right now. So the other individuals are considered, or 3 other individuals considered non-life-threatening injuries. So, we are going to head over right now to Governor Josh Stein. He's actually taking questions in Raleigh about that training that he announced about electrical training for some students. So let's take a listen in.
The grid is expanding dramatically. So there are real opportunities that can give you a wage that you can support a family with, and there's all kinds of career potential. You start out as an entry-level electrical person, and then you can go do microgrids, very sophisticated, complicated things. So this opportunity exists for young people across North Carolina, and what's so exciting today is we're seeing a partnership with business, with our community college system. We have Dr. Rawls with Wake Tech and Dr. Cox with the community college system. We all have to work together, and that's what we do here in North Carolina. We call it Team North Carolina. Economic development is a team sport.
From the Siemens Foundation perspective, what are some of the real-world impacts we'll actually see on these community college campuses that this money is going to be going towards?
Yeah, love the question. There are some very direct, in fact, the question about what will happen here. We have quarterly performance-based metrics with each of the community colleges that are at the table here. We're talking about increasing the number of enrollment, increasing the number of people who stay in the program, increasing the connection to employers. We're also very focused on wraparound support for folks. We know that in order for folks to get into these programs, that there has to be a way for many folks to find transportation, childcare, training materials, and all of that. Those are just a few of the things that we're really focused on.
Dr. Rawls, how will you all use this money to help get more students?
We'll be hiring more instructors, which is key for us. Our instructors come from the real world. We have to attract electricians, and so we'll be doing that with these resources. Also expanding our labs. You can't do electrician online, so we'll be expanding our labs. And also thanks to Siemens Foundation, our wraparound support. So for students who may stop out for any particular reason, they'll have special supports to make sure they continue to move forward on past graduation and on to being licensed electricians.
Gotcha. And this is provided in 10 different community colleges in the state?
It starts with us at Wake Tech, and we've already hit the ground running, and we'll kind of take a lead role working with the community college system, and then the Community College Foundation will provide funding to 10 additional colleges throughout North Carolina.
What's the timeline for implementing this program? Is there an estimate on how many students will be enrolled each year?
Yeah, the timeline is, this is an initial 3-year grant of the $9 million. Our goal is to expand that and to have 25,000 folks trained in electrical fields over the next 10 years with additional funding from the Siemens Foundation and with coalition partners, number one.
And the goal is to have 5,000 trained new electricians because of this initiative.
Governor, unrelated to this, can I get your comment about Jesse Jackson?
I came of age in the 1980s. Jesse Jackson ran for president 2 times, in 1984 and 1988, and like so many other Americans, he touched me, he inspired me, he motivated me to want to try to find my place and my way to make this a better country. I think America lost a great one, and may his memory be a blessing.
One more off topic, Governor. Can you comment on any the state's reaction to Tropical Storm Chantel and any federal efforts, any state efforts?
North Carolina has really taken it on the chin. Hurricane Helene a year and a half ago, Chantal last summer, 2 winter storms in the last month. It is important that we have federal partners who can be there to support us. The state has taken the lead role on response to date, but when you have storms of the scale that we have experienced, that's when we need federal partnership, and I'm asking our federal delegation to work with Congress to get us more money.
Any other additional assistance coming in that you can speak to?
Well, we're troubled that FEMA is not in full capacity right now because of the shutdown, so we need them to get back to work. We have a lot of invoices of projects of work that they had approved that they have not yet reimbursed our local governments for. And those local governments are in desperate need of those funds. And so we're going to work with FEMA to get those funds unlocked as quickly as we can.
Secretary Lilly, when we're discussing workforce development and attracting businesses, how vital is energy outputs and ensuring you have a workforce that is trained and ready to go to meet those demands?
It's probably the number one thing that is a driver of our economic development success in North Carolina. When we go around the United States and around the world, people care about great sites. Sure, we have great costs, low costs, good energy and infrastructure, but the thing that matters most is a trained, talented workforce that's ready to go on day one. We're proud that we're the number one state in the country for workforce development, but with this type of investment, we're going to continue to be the best state in America for workforce.
Gary, did you have a question? Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody, for being here. And Siemens, thank you.
Yeah, thanks again, Governor. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Lee.
Hearing from Governor Josh Stein there, very exciting news. We're going to take a quick break right here on Live Impact News, but keep it with us on WCNC Plus. Welcome back to Live Impact News right here on WCNC Plus. You know, all day we've been honoring Reverend Jesse Jackson, who did pass away at the age of 84 earlier this morning. We've talked to several Charlotte leaders about him and their interactions with him, leaving a great legacy behind. Reverend Jesse Jackson was born in Greenville, South Carolina, and long before he was known nationally, he was pushing for civil rights and equality right in his hometown. So Taniqua Penix from our Greenville station is speaking about his legend there. So let's take a listen in.
I'm here at the Hughes Main Library, a place that's open to everyone today because of the actions of Reverend Jesse Jackson and the Greenville 8. But this isn't the main library's original location. In 1960, Reverend Jackson and the Greenville 8 held a sit-in at the whites-only Greenville Public Library located at 420 North Main Street. That building was torn down in the 1970s, but Jesse Jackson and the Greenville 8's actions helped change access to public spaces in Greenville. Decades later, Jackson called this moment both rejection and progress. But over the course of his life, Jackson became a national civil rights leader, founded the Rainbow Push Coalition, and ran for president, advocating for racial and economic justice. Now, following his death, his legacy will continue.
So we also spoke with city leaders here. We spoke to Malcolm Graham earlier about his interaction with Reverend Jesse Jackson. And we also spoke with NAACP, a president of Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, Corinne Mack. She talked about his legacy and what he meant to her and for everyone in our community. Just hear from Charlotte City Councilman Malcolm Graham on Reverend Jesse Jackson's life and kind of his experience with him, his personal experience as well. So now we are joined by NAACP Charlotte Mack, right?
That's correct.
President? President. There you go, baby. President Corinne Mack, thank you so much for being here. We want to talk about Reverend Jesse Jackson. You know, NAACP did send out a statement earlier today kind of saying that he was a lifelong soldier for justice. Going back on his history, it's just absolutely incredible what he did, dying at the age of 84. Tell me about how important it is to continue to keep his message going.
Jesse Jackson was not only a soldier, he was a man of God who really, truly believed in the importance of creating civil and human rights, and how important it was that Black people receive justice across the spectrum. He started at a very young age as a mentee under Dr. Martin Luther King. And I saw him in the late 70s, early 80s as a passionate soldier for civil rights. It's a rarity for people to put their lives on the line, but he did every single day. And that's why it's important for us to continue not only his life work, but the belief that all human beings have the right to a good quality of life.
Absolutely. Did you have interactions with him? Were you able to speak with him?
I did. You know, I'm a retired union vice president from New York City, and worked alongside Al Sharpton for many years and Reverend Daughtry. And of course, Jesse Jackson would come to a lot of the unfortunate protests that we had around stolen lives in New York City. In 1984, he ran for president. I actually ran with a whole bunch of my younger people, to get out the vote because we really wanted to see him become president. He then ran again in 1988. I did the same. I volunteered to try to help him win the presidency. And so that was when I had real interaction with him. And I don't know if people realize how kind he was, because he would stop and speak to each and every one of us and thank us. And even when he lost, there was a level of genuine love for the people and promise to continue the movement, and he did.
With this, knowing Dr. Martin Luther King, like I've said too, he was right by his side when he passed as well. They're kind of saying this really bridges the gap in history because Reverend Jesse Jackson was so much part of that movement. How do you feel about that and moving forward?
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm concerned as a 60-year-old black woman who's been in this work for 60 years of my life. Mm-hmm. I look back and I ask myself quite often, has my sacrifice been in vain? Because I'm not seeing the level of passion around the civil rights movement as I did 40 years ago. We had a Black and Jewish alliance that was really powerful in the 60s and the 70s, and I don't see that, which is why I'm working now to recreate that relationship. But I think it's important that all human beings realize what Jesse Jackson and Dr. Martin Luther King and so many others stood for. And that was for human and civil rights. That goes across all facets of life. And the fact that we are now in 2026 dealing with racism and bigotry and implicit bias, as if we did none of this work, is very disturbing for me. So when I heard that he passed this morning, I shed a tear and then I straightened my back up and said, living is part of life and dying is as well. And all I can do now truly show my love and respect for him is to continue the work. Mm-hmm. When the night before I was like, I'm tired. Yeah. But I can be tired. I can do both at the same time. Mm-hmm. I can be tired, but be as committed to move us all forward in this country.
Did he help shape where you are today?
He did. The fact that he put himself on the line to run for president, that was the big thing in the 80s. I don't know if people realize how big a decision that was to run as the first black man, just as Shirley Chisholm did in the 70s as the first black woman. But he received a lot of death threats simply for exercising his right to run for office and stood his ground. And so many of us really respected who he was as a man when he said, I'm going to do this because I believe that I'm the best candidate. That's not an easy thing to decide. But more importantly, it's not an easy thing to decide in the face of the level of racism and threats that he received. He wasn't as vocal about it as Dr. King was at some point, and even Malcolm X was at some point. But nonetheless, he too had his life threatened.
When you were working in and volunteering for that, kind of tell me about that a little bit. I know you said he was a wonderful man to just speak to everybody, but in the throes of it, when you were going out there, when you were volunteering, how was that situation? Was it frightening for you, or did you find more so support around it?
It wasn't frightening initially. I was a union vice president. Well, I didn't become one yet. I think I was the chairperson of transit work at the time. I was the first woman to ever hold office. Mm-hmm. And so I had a lot of support. Thousands of people would go out with me when I went out, so I had a team of people who pretty much kept me safe. But I know my first incident while I was doing campaigning of racism was during that campaign. When I really got cussed out and someone sicked their dog on me. That was the first incident I had that could have gone left really quickly, but thank God some of the men that were with me, they diverted the dog away from me and I was able to get away. In that moment, I realized that some people didn't care that he was running because he wanted to help all people. They simply did not want him, a black man, to run. And oftentimes, we as human beings prefer to put our heads in the sand and act as if that insidious movement isn't real. And it is. And this man, every single day, sacrificed his life. Every single day. So when we think about Jesse Jackson, I want us to think about the young man, the very young man, who walked with Dr. King. Peaceful protesting at a time where law enforcement was being so violent. It's a parallel to what we're seeing around ICE right now. So I look at what ICE is doing and say, oh, they're back at it again, where some may be shocked. Imagine Jesse Jackson in the throes of that movement, having to quiet his spirit, even though he was angry and frustrated, and sometimes in the midst of deep fear, saying, I'm going to be the example for all of us. I'm going to stand in the gap for all of us. I'm going to love in action for all of us. That's what I respect about him, and that's why I'm going to continue this work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Today, as people are remembering him, what do you want your message to be as people reflect on his legacy?
Love is an action word. He moved in love. And I would hope that we would all self-reflect and find deep inside of us some level of love and portray that love publicly by getting engaged and taking action.
A really great message there by Corinne Mack. So really nice to hear from her. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, but coming up in the next half hour, we actually went back through our archives and saw where Reverend Jesse Jackson came around Charlotte. And so it's really interesting, these tapes that we do have. So you really don't want to miss it. That's coming up in the next half hour. So keep it right here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back to Live Impact News right here on WCNC Plus. Thank you so much for joining us on this Tuesday. Right now, time is 2:30, a beautiful day. We're going to have temperatures in the 70s this week. So very, very exciting. Stick around because we will tell you more about that weather forecast. But right now, we're actually going to go to some archive video. We have so much archive video. You guys, it's actually insane how much archive video we have at the station. And it blows me away every time we play something. So we are continuing to remember Reverend Jesse Jackson, who was a huge part of civil rights movement, civil rights leader, bringing people together. And he's been in Charlotte several times. If you can remember, we've been saying it all day, but he is from Greenville, South Carolina, so pretty close to us. So we are going through some of our old stories, and how this will work is it's just kind of back-to-back stories that we put a compilation together for you, so you can watch it, and it's really cool stuff, really cool to see. So we are going to bring you to that right now, something you got to take a look at.
This annual shareholders meeting was less contentious than last year.
As stockholders, we're very disappointed.
New CEO Brian Moynihan said the economy as a whole was getting better, and he told Bloomberg News he was pleased the bank was making a profit again.
Our government has bailed these banks out.
Outside, demonstrators called for an end to executive perks.
The CEOs and the bank executives are still making huge bonuses, billions of dollars in bonuses, while our families are still struggling.
With your help, we will prevail.
And the Reverend Jesse Jackson called for an end to predatory lending.
Bank of America has made some moves more positive than many of the other banks have, but all of them must now support financial reform of the banking industry.
My heart is heavy, but when I realize it's a homecoming, that we're sending my brother to a better place.
General Joseph McNeil is one of the two surviving members of the group of 4 college students who made history when they sat down at the whites-only counter at the Woolworth store in Greensboro. That protest in 1960 led to similar demonstrations and eventually to the passage of the Civil Rights Act in 1964.
God took a very ordinary 4 young men and made of them royalty for the service that they rendered.
Reverend Jesse Jackson greeted the McCain family and the other mourners at the church, where McCain was remembered as a civil rights pioneer.
All of this New South comes from the risk that these young men took. This is a big, big moment in the South and in American life.
But I think that Mr. McCain and I, and Mr. Blair and Richmond, were angry at the system, angry at the lies that were told.
But as angry as they were, their protests that day set the tone of nonviolence as the way to bring about change. And some who came just to say thanks.
I am a North Carolina A&T alumni, and just want to always pay honor for those founding fathers for the civil rights movement.
Following the funeral, Franklin McCain was buried in Charlotte's Oak Lawn Cemetery. He was 73 years old. In Charlotte, Brad Berkey, NBC Charlotte.
Our pockets get thicker.
Demonstrators protested peacefully outside as stockholders entered the annual meeting. Inside, cameras were barred by the bank as CEO Brian Moynihan said that the bank's $4 billion miscalculation of capital was a disappointment. But some investors said that was not enough and that they'd lost faith in Moynihan's leadership.
Brian Moynihan has been there quite a long time, and he's not a novice at it, but it's clear that you cannot rely on the financial information.
Demonstrators were critical of the bank for a number of reasons, including mortgage policy.
It's hard enough to get a mortgage in today's society. We have vets on the street that can't get into mortgages. And then we have all these people in this building sitting here collecting all this money.
Civil rights activist Jesse Jackson said he's asked Brian Moynihan to meet with him to talk about housing.
I'm concerned that we not only have some plan to reconstruct areas where people were hurt and abandoned, because the hurting people never got bailed out.
We caught up with the civil rights activist here at his hotel in Uptown. He's in town on a voter registration drive. He spoke about a number of topics, including education and health care, but he spent the majority of his time talking about the incident at Spring Valley High School in Columbia, saying that he wanted to commend those students who pulled out their cell phones and recorded that video that's gone viral.
Because had it not been for the use of a camera, that's why body cameras are so important, because without the camera, it would have been her word against his word. The camera has exposed what the whole world has seen over and over again.
Something Reverend Jesse Jackson says is a failure on a number of levels, not limited to school resource officer, Richland County Senior Deputy Ben Fields.
The teacher should have known.
Because Jackson says the 15-year-old is actually a ward of the state and only pulled out her phone for a second, he says, because she needed to be in constant contact with her guardian. Something Jackson says administrators should have known and been equipped to deal with.
It's totally unacceptable.
Jackson says there are other victims at Spring Valley High School who will suffer emotional scars.
The other children who watch this were traumatized watching the child topple over a desk on her neck and then drug out the classroom.
He added that Deputy Fields has faced allegations of excessive force before, citing a lawsuit by a man and his wife who sued Fields but later lost in court.
Excessive force, unnecessary force, a grown, muscle-bound man snatching a child out of a desk, toppling it over. She could have been permanently injured if she fell to her neck.
Reverend Jackson says he hopes the Justice Department will move quickly in its investigation.
Watching live Impact News right now. Really cool footage. I always love taking a look back at our archives, especially Richard Devane there looking super young. I know, young. But when we come back, we're going to take a 2-minute break right now. But when we do come back, we're going to head over to the Capitol in Washington, D.C. because earlier today, officers arrested somebody who they believed had a gun nearby. They said there is no threat right now, but they are going to give us an update on that. So we're going to go right there in just about 2 minutes. Keep it right here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Thank you for staying with us and watching Live Impact News right here on WCNC Plus. We are going to take you to some breaking news. So earlier today, a person was arrested for allegedly carrying a gun near the U.S. Capitol. That's according to United States Capitol Police. They say they did respond to a security concern there at the Lower West Terrace of the U.S. Capitol shortly after noon. So staff and other personnel told people to avoid that area. We know some streets were blocked off for several hours, but we're going to tune in right now because the Capitol Police Chief is speaking today in front of media. So we're going to take a listen in to see what he has to say as this investigation continues.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here. Today, just after noon, we had a white Mercedes SUV park in the 100 block of Maryland Avenue. And then we had a person exit that vehicle with a shotgun and begin running towards the Capitol. This individual was challenged by United States Capitol police officers and ordered to drop the weapon, which he did comply with. He laid down the weapon and then laid down on the ground and was taken into custody by our United States Capitol police officers. I want to commend the officers for the brave service that they provided here today. Who knows what could have happened if we wouldn't had officers here standing guard like they do every single day. I think it's important to note that just a few months ago, we had an active shooter exercise right here on the west front, virtually in the same spot. And we do those active shooter exercises every single month, and that's why we do it. I think it's also important to note that this individual had a tactical vest on. He also had tactical gloves, and when we looked in the vehicle, he had a Kevlar helmet and a gas mask in the vehicle. He was also, like I mentioned earlier, the shotgun was loaded. He had additional rounds on his person. With that, I'll take some additional questions.
One question and then a follow-up, but first, just in reference to where we are here, can you point out exactly where the suspect was confronted by Capitol Police?
It was right, if you look over here on the west front, right up this walkway, right at the base of the steps, the first set of steps leading up to the Capitol.
And secondly, have you found anything in the car or anything else that indicates the suspect's motive?
That investigation is ongoing. We'll share that as soon as we get any information, but we haven't revealed any yet.
Does the motive appear to be to hurt the public or members of Congress?
That's ongoing.
Is there any footage of the incident or of the suspect?
There was, I know that there probably is cell phone footage that is out there, because we could see in our footage that we had of the subject. So yes, we have our own footage, and there could be any public footage that's out there. I would ask the public, if you do have footage, please contact the United States Capitol Police. We would be interested in that for our investigation as well.
I know this comes a week ahead of the State of the Union. Does this change your security posture in any way as you head into next week?
We take the State of the Union very, very seriously, and this doesn't change our posture. We will be prepared on State of the Union night.
Chief, was this guy known to Capitol Hill Police?
He was not. He 18-year-old who does not live in the area.
Was anybody hurt during his apprehension?
No.
And of that footage that you gathered, are you planning on releasing that to the public?
That's the investigation is very, very early. It's ongoing, so that'll be a decision that we make with investigators and prosecutors.
You said he doesn't live in the area. Do you know where he came from this area, the state or city?
We know where the vehicle was registered to, which was not to him. He had multiple addresses, so we're trying to chase down where he actually came from.
All right, folks, we have time for about 3 more questions or so.
We had people jiggling the microphones when you first described the very first thing that you said about what happened here. Can you just tell us again?
Yeah, absolutely.
What occurred here?
So just afternoon today, a gentleman parked in the 100 block of Maryland Avenue in a white Mercedes SUV. He exited the vehicle. He exited the vehicle with a shotgun and began running towards the Capitol up the walkway just behind me. And as he approached the Capitol, Capitol police officers observed this individual, challenged him, and ordered him to drop the weapon and get on the ground, which he did comply with. He was then taken into custody by United States Capitol Police.
A couple more questions.
Just in terms of the circumstances, did the individual say anything at the time of his arrest, and also how close was he to potentially pulling the trigger?
He immediately complied from what we can see right now. I haven't been briefed on any utterances that he made during the arrest.
Just to clarify one thing, Chief, the officers who confronted the suspect, did they draw their firearms as well?
They did.
And were you able to share, I might have missed a question on this, was there any kind of political motivation on this at all?
We are unaware of a motive at this time.
Okay. Last question, Chief. Yep. About how far did the suspect travel from the parked vehicle to the point of apprehension?
If you look right over here by the Botanical Garden, about halfway down, all the way to the Capitol steps, so several hundred yards.
And also clarify, was the gun loaded at the time that the individual?
It was.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you all.
All right, and we're working on a news release right now, so I've talked to our threat agents to see as soon as they're good with us releasing the name and all that stuff, we'll provide that with a little bit of extra context. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, hearing from Capitol Police there, man with a shotgun running to outside of the U.S. Capitol. So, okay, we are going to take a quick break right here on Live Impact News, but keep it right here on WCNC Plus. Welcome back. You're watching Live Impact News right here on WCNC Plus on this Tuesday afternoon. We're going to take you back to Myrtle Beach. If you were watching with us earlier today about that trial that involves a road rage incident, and if you're back here again, thank you for sticking with us. That's very kind of you for keeping it right here on WCNC Plus. We love to see you here. We're going back to that trial in Myrtle Beach. Looks like they are showing video in the courtroom right now. Now, this case is going to be a multi-day hearing, and it does have to do with stand your ground laws. So we're listening in right now, right here on WCNC Plus.
About where were y'all? Excuse me, sir. Sorry. About where were y'all at when y'all noticed the truck, how erratic he was driving?
But he came around with us.
Okay.
And he went down on it. He was just, and then he whipped. There was another car there, and he whipped back over here like he was hunting that truck. And then that's when he ran right up on the truck.
Did you know about where he passed you all at?
It was way back, but this went on and on and on. So we not far out. They said it came out of a Tractor Supply. So I can tell you just about where it was. It was about Bell Pontiac, but that's Tractor Supply.
It's Bell and Bell right here.
So we passed Bell and Bell, and right past Bell and Bell, because we turned out the thing there, a grand hour, and went there, got that light, and went on at Bell and Bell. Okay. And I think the Tractor Supply's right there.
I think it is up there on the left.
And as we got up to our speed, that's when this truck, the black truck, flying around us. So it went on for a long time, because it didn't stop from there till we lost them at this red light back here at Marlins.
Okay.
We had to stop that red light there.
Did y'all ever have to pass this car here, the white truck? Was there behind you?
No, we was never ahead of us.
No, they were ahead of y'all.
No, we stayed back because. Yeah, I mean it was, and then ran him in the ditch, all the way down in the ditch, and then we seen we stayed back far enough that we didn't want to definitely get involved or get accidentally hit. Right. And then we got to here. They had got out ahead of us, the red light got us, and we glanced up here and saw them here with the door slant open. And so we knew something. My wife said, we saw every bit of that, and we might better. I don't know how many people did, but there were some more. And we might have to, let's go back, because somebody might be in trouble. And we saw it also, and that's when we come back, pulled up in here, and the white car, the blonde-headed girl, the people up the road over here was here, and a couple of more trucks, and there's about 5 here that kind of pulled in and saw it.
Okay.
And there's about 5 like this. And we saw doors open. I thought they got out and run, but chasing in the woods, because we didn't see them moving.
Right.
We seen them moving in the white truck, and we seen the door open on the black truck. So we figured maybe the boys in the white truck. He jumped out the black truck, and they were chasing him out there. I told the white truck, we better stay back, I don't know what's going on here. And then the boy got out the white truck, and he told us what had happened. He said he got out, got a cotton gun, and I started shooting. And said we started shooting back.
Okay. So, do you think you can write me a written statement on basically what you saw coming up now?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna give you a statement form.
Okay.
And I'll let you borrow a pen if you need it. If you need more space on here,
all right.
All right, let's take a step aside and let's head to break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. We want to go back to Horry County. That's in the Myrtle Beach area, the Grand Strand of South Carolina, where a judge is expected to decide the fate of a deadly, controversial road rage shooting that made headlines in Horry County and across the nation. This happened back in 2023. Well, let's take a listen into what's playing out in court right now.
It's in the head. So the way I said that in there was like the chase started there, but it didn't start there. That's not the way it.
All right. So
our following of Weldon started there, and it was normal. We came in behind it, and it was normal.
But as far as a following, a chase, a pursuing, or whatever it is, there was no 9 or 10 mile chase, was there?
No.
There was actually no interaction between those vehicles till about 4 miles after you crossed the Waccamaw River, was there?
You know, we weren't looking at every single landmark because it was right behind it. We were watching what was going on. And but the statement of started here was the starting of us being anywhere in this thing, and was behind Well, and that's where it started. The starting of the raging stuff didn't start there. We followed them several miles without anything happening.
Several miles without any interaction between the two vehicles.
Yeah, there was nothing going on. And the other vehicle wasn't there yet. Scott wasn't there yet. We just followed along, just like normal traffic. And then it started when he got there. But to tell you it was in front of which church or which whatever, I couldn't, because once it started, I was paying attention to what was going on. We was the first car behind me. And we never moved after when we got him behind him, we were in the left lane the whole time, following him until everything started.
And when you say several miles, would you think that means how much? 3 or 4 or 2 or 5 or what?
At least, at least 2 or 3 or 4, somewhere along in there, It was just, there was a good stretch that everything was normal. Nothing was happening.
All right. Now, You got stopped at the light at 9:05.
All right.
All right. And you sat there through the entirety of the light.
That's right.
Didn't run the red light.
No.
All right. And then when you left the red light, did you drive at a high, regular, slow rate of speed? How would you describe that?
No, regular.
Normal?
We weren't going to try to catch them.
You weren't trying to catch anybody
No.
that time. You didn't call 911 either, did you? Okay. But you were still able to get to Camp Swamp Road before Weldon and or Bradley got out of their truck.
Yeah.
All right. Just after the shooting had ended, you think?
Yeah, it seemed like it just ended because everybody was kind of looking, and then the doors came open, so I figured I didn't think there was anybody in there really. You couldn't see them. And then I said something about, well, I wonder where they're at, because the door on the Scotch truck was open. And I said, my wife, I wonder where they're at. And that they might all got out and been in the woods fighting or something, I didn't know. And all of a sudden the door's open.
As you were doing it, and as you look back at it today, do you think somebody should have tried to arrest Scott Spivey for his conduct on the highway?
Well, I mean, whatever. He should have been stopped he was the aggressor at the beginning of what happened. He was the aggressor.
He was the aggressor.
Right.
And did you see anybody else on that highway that day point a gun besides Mr. Spivey?
No.
Did you see anybody else on that highway run anybody off the roadway except Mr. Spivey?
No.
Was his actions dangerous?
Yes.
Reckless?
Yes.
Scare you?
Yes.
Don't be the jury argument.
It looks like a jury, Judge.
They're doing fine over there, but I got it after the first.
You get carried away, huh?
And this is the second bench trial I've had in about the last month. The lawyers have a hard time letting it go have it.
That's all the questions that I've got.
Anything?
None, Ron.
All right. All right, Mr. Tinsley. He said no.
Yeah. Just if you want me to move it, let me know. Yeah.
So, this is the second time we've met, correct?
Yes.
Your deposition.
Your deposition.
Not my.
All right, so we want to come back here at home, and we want to take a break. On the other side of the break, we have some special guests in here. We have a great interview. You don't want to miss it. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturtevant. I told you we got some special guests here. I usually stand for special guests, but I'm like, let me sit down. I'm gonna sit down. And this time I actually wrote an intro. So let me read the intro. All right. So in the vibrant intersection, I didn't write it. I took it, but I didn't write it. I took it. They're laughing at me. All right. In the vibrant intersection of gospel tradition and contemporary hip hop beats, this collective emerges as a groundbreaking force led by DJ Fannie Mae and Grammy Award winning singer-songwriter Dennis Reed Jr. This immersive experience delves into the Southern church kids world through music, cultural appreciation, fashion, art, all the above. I mean, think about it as like a family reunion in your local hood at Big Mama's house. Think about it like that. All right. If you don't know who Big Mama is, that's Grandmama, Grandma, G-Ma, whatever you want to call her. I mean, their list of accomplishments too long to read, but I'll list some of them. Andre Day, you know her, singer, Super Bowl 2024. Also performing at the Time 100 Gala alongside Fantasia, High Point's on. It's my hometown. Yeah. To most recently, the Grammys, 2026 Grammys alongside Pharrell and Clips. We have some of the members of the talented, let me say talented again, and more importantly, Charlotte's own Saint It Trap Choir, man.
Yeah.
How are y'all doing?
We here. Blessed.
All right.
Blessed.
We got, let me do the introductions. We got Dennis Reed Jr.
Yes, sir.
We got Christy. No last name. And we got Frenchie, no last name.
Y'all know what's up with me, no last name.
Got y'all started early. Y'all took the bait.
Go ahead, man. You know.
How are y'all doing? Go ahead. Oh, man. Okay. All right.
Listen, life is but a dream. We are ecstatic about what has been happening, all the open doors. It's just been a blessing to be called upon time after time again by so many legends, so many icons, so many great artists in the industry. It's been a phenomenal ride. Absolutely. And we're not stopping. Right. We're not stopping. Hello.
Do you ever take a step back and be like, whoa, this is amazing? Like, do you ever take a step back at all?
Absolutely, because we have a lot of full circle moments, and we have a lot of moments where it's not coincidence, it's God reminding us it's confirmation. So we always have those moments, just like when we did AGT, shout out to Mama Duke, we came in as special guests the same night Jessica Sanchez won, but a lot of people don't know Dennis Reed put together the same ensemble behind the same girl in 2012 for the DNC when Obama came to do his DNC run in Charlotte. So I sat back and I'm like, you do realize, like, that's the same girl from that same night. And she might have lost American Idol, but we was there the night that she won. So it's like we always have these full circle moments where it's like, hold on, y'all remember when, just like we did AGT in 2012 under his youth group, Inspire the Fire.
Was that 2012?
That was 2012.
The first time.
The very first time. Not saying it.
That was 2012?
That was 2012. Yes, when I was a little kid. Yes. And we did AGT then, and we remember when he let us know, like, hey, the scouts called, they want us to come, audition. This year, 14 years later, and literally the scouts are calling him to scout. So it's like we always have these full circle moments. Like, I remember when we was telling each other, watch, we gonna be at the Grammys. Then look up, in the first Sunday of Black History Month, we're at the Grammys.
No, that's right.
So absolutely, we definitely always take a step back because we have to acknowledge God from where he brought us to where we're at now.
I mean, and I would say it's an honor to perform alongside Pharrell and Clips, Malice and Pusha T, but for them, that has to be an honor to perform alongside y'all.
Okay.
I'm just saying, y'all some legends.
We were there in the room when they got the news that they won their Grammy. So to feel that moment, we was literally about to go, like they was about to lift up the LED screen to show us that we was about to perform with the Clips. We were right there when they got the news, like, and the guy that owns the Grammys came out, like, it was so fire just to feel that, like, I just don't believe that's by coincidence. I feel like we was in that room for a reason, just so he could say, look what I did for them. You're not too far off.
When do you get to a point where you're like, I belong in this room? Because I think a lot of us, and Dennis, I think we talked about this last time about sometimes you don't acknowledge that this is bigger than us. Which I want to thank you, because that was a theme that kept coming up last year. We'll talk about it offline. But yeah,
When you realize it is when you realize it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's as soon as you realize that you are here for a reason, that you're here because you're supposed to be. You are worthy to be in the room. There's power in proximity, right? And sometimes, I understand, sometimes you can feel, imposter syndrome, or do I really feel like it? What if they really find out that I'm not as good as what they think? Well, honestly, now you're putting it all on you. If you put it all on God, you can be free in the moment. If you put it all on God has me here for a reason, I am supposed to be here, man, you can just live freely and be as present as you want.
When did y'all come to that realization? Or are you still trying to figure that out?
I've been around dentistry since I was 16 years old. I'm 33. And I didn't know I could do a lot of the things that I could do. But I was really just, faking it till I made it all the way up until this point. But he's always taught me, even from a young age, if the door was open, you were supposed to be there. I was born on December 12th. That's 1212. My angel numbers mean I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be at all times. So if you look up and the clock say 1212, don't hesitate. Don't feel that stomach feel. You're exactly where you're supposed to be. So he always told us, even the dog deserves scraps from the king's table. So if he opened the door and you're in the room and you feel like you don't belong, the lane has already been created because the door was open. Nothing is by coincidence.
See, y'all preaching, man. Y'all over here. Come on, man. Come on.
Listen,
come on now. Come on.
You talking about our blessings. I don't know how.
No, but it's important. It's important, right? Because there are a lot of people that at a point in their life where it looks good on social media, but it doesn't feel good in real life.
Right.
And when I meet y'all, it feels good in real life.
Yeah.
Hopefully I'm reading that correctly.
Absolutely. I think there's a misconception that we're a trap choir, so all they want to throw is church. But we're real people. Our hearts, everything that we do chases after God. So that's the core foundation of who we are. So what you see and what you get is actually us. Every day, the grind, the hustle, the commitment. We go through things like everybody else, but our belief and our core foundation and standing on the word of God is what has stabilized us. And that's why these doors just continue to open. Because he said every place that the sole of our feet tread, we have dominion. So we know when we walk in, it's ours. He's given us just a preview of the next thing. So we're always honored and grateful to be in every place.
I think we get booked more for our energy than our actual singing. They do enjoy incredible energy. Think us being great performers is just an addition, but I really feel like a lot of our bookings are because of our embrace and our energy and our, what we put in the wind when we walk in. It doesn't matter what kind of day you had when you see us. We gonna be like, praise the Lord, amen. Lift them hands, God is good because he gave us another 24 and we still hood, so it's gonna be I'm still your sister from up the street and your auntie and your cousin them, but we're gonna be real with you, but baby, let it go because you just mad for no reason. You can't even do nothing about it.
I mean, you would rather be around somebody with good energy, I know that sounds cliche, but good energy than somebody who's talented and you don't really want to work with them. I mean, let's keep it real. We all know those people. We all work with those people.
And I remind the choir not to be those people. I'm serious. I have to continuously remind the choir not to be those people because when you're on the road, there's so much, coming at you so fast. Number one, most of the time when we're traveling, we take these flights that are multiple hours, and you would think that when we get there, we can just relax. When we got to the Grammys, we got there, what was like a 4-hour plane ride, and we went immediately to rehearsals with Kirk Franklin.
Wow.
And you know what I'm saying? We ain't got time to rebrush our teeth again. We ain't got time to eat. And so, all of those nothing. You be sitting up in rehearsal with hungry breath sometimes. Listen, just need it. Why you think I keep these outdoors? Anyway, but we're grateful to be here. So you got to always keep that positive mindset that somebody is really praying for the opportunity that you might be taking, for granted. So we always carry that good energy, and I'm reminded of what Maya Angelou said, right? She said, people will not remember what you said to them, but they will remember how you made them feel.
Say it again in her voice.
No. They may not remember what you said to them.
I can't believe you're doing it.
But they will
like
remember how you made them feel. You have to be a rainbow in somebody's cloud, you see.
Yeah.
Anyway, God, rest in peace, Maya Angelou. We love
you, Maya.
Dr. Maya Angelou.
I don't even know what the next question was, but talk about your roles with the Say the Trap Choir. Like breakdown. Dennis gave me a quick overview, but I want the world to know and viewers to know what your role is with the choir.
Well, I'm the artistic director, so I handle all choreography. Me and Dennis do the arrangements. He asked me to branch out and kind of like, because him being CEO, we do want him to just be CEO. He does so much on the creative side. And of course, he's always going to, brush up our arrangements because that's Dennis Reed. Like, we going to get an improvement. But I also have Don and Chains that kind of help with the arrangements now, and that one records and the other one helps with the harmonies. Super fire collaboration, which I learned from my CEO as well. The power of collaboration is real because that definitely lifted off a weight from my shoulders. I do all things styling along with Fannie Mae, our other CEO, and I also do I said choreo, styling, arrangements. All things creative. I try to have my little hand in there.
Creative director.
Try to help. Yes. Artistic director, creative director. That is what I do. So don't blame Dennis Reed for what the hell it was me. I'm so sorry. But look what it got us. We was at the BET Awards. So
she definitely is one who stays up on those social media trends. Okay. A lot of times I don't be knowing what's going on. I post and keep it moving. She is in tune with the culture and with what the young people is doing. So yeah.
I'm an old black man at heart, so I mean, I kind of I know because I have a niece and nephew. Yeah. That 15 teenagers.
Exactly.
Yeah, but if I didn't.
Right, exactly. So that's how I feel. And then you got Christy, who is our lead singer for the group. She kind of like the Ann Nesby. If y'all know anything about the sounds of blackness, they always, every group kind of has one or two standout lead singers. And that's who Christy is to us. And what's so crazy, well, I'll let you continue on.
What's so crazy? Go ahead.
I was just going to talk about how you actually came and met.
Right. Oh, yeah. I was just about to say, we've been knowing Christy.
I met them through Inspire the Fire. I was a parent volunteer, loved the organization, came in, and I slept and stayed. I was like, honey, I'm not going nowhere. This is where it's supposed to be.
This is home.
This is home. So that kind of evolved.
We had to keep kicking her out of the rehearsals with the youth.
Because I wanted to be with the kids.
She said she wanted her own group.
And they created Saying It Trap Choir. I got my own group.
Now her kids that was in the youth program watch her leave out the door like, I'll be back, y'all.
That's right. I gotta go to rehearsal.
You ain't the one selling the records. Coming to see me, Otis. You ain't the one selling the records.
That's who I am. I'm also the big note for Purple Rain. If you know Purple Rain Princess, the Purple Rain Princess, our Golden Buzzer winning performance for AGT, and I love Saying It Trap Choir. I am listen, all things Saying It Trap Choir. You hear me talk about it all the time. Just love what we're doing, and I'm always available for the big notes if you need me. I got it. I got you. Whatever it is.
Talk about early musical influences. Who come top of mind? Don't start Googling. I'm looking at phones right now. All right, just early musical influences.
What I didn't realize was, my father is probably the person who put me onto music for sure. Because I was young listening to Tupac, Shaka Khan, Cheryl Lynn, and Raphael Sadiq. I was about to say Tony, Raphael Sadiq. All of those same people are the same people that are, their records getting sampled now. Raphael Sadiq wrote Half a Renaissance for Beyonce.
And Brent Faiyaz. He produced, he was a part of that process.
And The Dream.
Yeah.
Let's be clear, because The Dream's pen is crazy.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
And then you have the producers once I got older and was able to identify all moving parts, I was in love with all the moving parts. Like what Dr. Dre produced, and he didn't say no lines, but now I'm obsessed with Dr. Dre because he the one that made the beat. Or what, what's the girl that wrote for Estelle? She was in Pitch Perfect. The black girl, Esther Dean, she's a B. She wrote for Jessie J. Like, that's Victoria Monet. Yeah. It's so many people that works behind the scenes. The reason why we love the artists that we love, you know? So I think for me, once I grew up, all the people that I listened to when I was young was like, oh my God, like, being a millennial is so much of an advantage. Like, being a part of both the beginning and what technology is now, I just got the best of both worlds. I feel like music now, they doing their best, but I'm just glad I was around for real music, real soul, real art. And you know, we still got something. We still got Snow Allegra. We still got K-Wan, Kalani. You know, we still got them ones. But being a millennial definitely had its advantages musically, and I feel like that benefits me now.
Christy, go ahead.
Well, I came up in a musical background family.
Okay.
The descendants of Hamilton Bohannon. Yeah, that's who I am. My last name is Bohannon. So I've always been immersed in music, but what started me singing, Whitney Houston. Hands down. I remember being a little girl standing in front of the mirror with a comb, and You Give Good Love. Now, why was I singing You Give Good Love?
Oh, I thought you were about to sing it.
I don't know why I was singing You Give Good Love. I don't know. But Whitney, Aretha, Shaka Khan, and Beyonce right now, you know, everybody knows. And they know how I feel about Beyonce, super fan. Girl, come get me, call us some. But no, music all around. Being in this organization has also opened me up to new, you know, he said my children were in ITF and with the young, you know, with the younger people, and a lot of them I didn't know because I'm a little bit older, but it keeps me, praise God, up to date on what these millennials are doing, because I came up right before we went into millennialism. So yeah.
Look, we can adopt. I'm a millennial. We can adopt you. I'm a millennial. We got you. We got you.
I'm not, but church kid.
Church kid, okay.
Church background, daughter of mother and father being ministers, so gospel music, Daryl Coley, Richard Smallwood, all of the greats, John P. Key. So my background, that's where that rigor and that soul comes from me, because it's a church growl and a holler, and we gonna go up. Right. I definitely know what to do with a microphone.
Wrap you in the sheets, the
we
white sheets.
Yeah. So just lover of all music, all genres. It's nothing that I don't like.
I didn't ask you this before, Dennis. You're early.
I mean, same. I mean, heavy. Of course, Michael Jackson is one of my greatest influences. Period. Like, you know, I got him tatted on me, for God's sake. Greater entertainment. That's why I can't wait till this movie come out. This Michael movie.
Okay, I gotta. Let's put a pin right in the conversation. Side note. Do you think it's gonna be good?
I think it's gonna be great.
I'm not doubting it. I'm not saying it.
No, I think it's gonna be great. The trailer look lit.
It do.
The trailer looks lit, and his nephew or whatever. I mean, it looked like
I'm just thinking about the miniseries that came out. Like, there's nothing that can top that.
I remember that miniseries, The American Dream. Like, it's gonna be hard to top that.
American Dream is gonna be hard to top.
Like, I mean, this is like Joe Jackson, Michael.
But I'm saying, but you got Coleman Domingo though. Coleman Domingo can act his tail off.
He can.
Like, yeah, I mean, the cast look like it's about to be crazy. So, I think it's gonna be great. I think, you know, it's set up to be successful. I think the marketing is going crazy, and you got his nephew playing him. I mean, I got high hopes. So.
I just appreciate it not being Flex Washington, because I don't know what that was.
Shout out to Flex.
He definitely said it in that interview. He was like, I don't think Mike rocked with me. He was a little mad about that movie.
Yeah, Mike wasn't 6'5".
and the way they painted his face white. Yeah. I mean, he looked like that dude that's going viral now.
He did the Carlton as one of the dance. You know the Carlton?
Yeah.
He did that in the movie. Listen, and I was like, Michael never did that dance. He never did that dance.
Grinding my gears.
It was cool. So I don't know.
Let me run that back this weekend.
Besides Michael, you got
I gotta run back.
You got to like
I gotta-
every 3 years.
I gotta run the movie.
Like, just to make sure you're not tripping.
Make sure I'm not
You
tripping.
know what
I'm
I
like-
be tripping about? I know it was a Shazam with Shaq and a Shazam with Sinbad, and y'all not telling me no different.
Social media theories.
I do kind of remember
Absolutely.
seeing a
A
poster with
Y'all
Shaq.
not gonna try to
I
erase
do.
my childhood.
No, but there was
It
a
was.
Shazam with Shaq, right?
No, they said no.
They just like they said Tinkerbell didn't do what she
So-
They,
Hold on.
what did they call it? What did they call that? It's a term for it where everybody remembers something that didn't happen.
So what was the name of the movie then?
Shazam.
But it wasn't with Shaq. They said.
Shaq was in the movie. He played a genie.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm just telling you.
I don't.
But they're saying
I remember the Sinbad, but I definitely remember Shaq.
Me too.
I forgot what they call it when somebody remembers something that didn't happen.
The government.
Hold on, I know we kind of veered off.
I forgot.
Michael is early.
Michael, Donald Lawrence, and the Tri-City Singers, which is they're goats from here. John P. Key, Kirk Franklin, Natalie Wilson, SOP. Like I was very much a church kid.
Yeah.
Like, and what's so crazy, music background as far as both my parents, a part of the music department, both were a part of their own choir growing up, traveling, recording studios. So it's just kind of crazy now that I really think about it. Miss Jerry, and Mr. Reed was traveling with their choir, their community choir, right? And now, surprise, surprise, So, yeah, that's my musical influences.
One last question before I get you out of here. No cheating. I'll answer this question first. Last thing you played on whatever streaming device you had or streaming service you have, music wise, last thing you played. I'll go first. You want me to go first?
Yeah, go first.
I'll go first. I was gonna go first anyway. You Can't Stop the Rain, Shaq and B.I.G.
Okay.
First of
Came
all,
out.
why was I thinking about that song? I was about to say, they tried to say Shaq ain't have an album, but
Shaq had 3 albums and went platinum.
You
I
Can't
just
Stop
wanna
the Rain
throw
was
that out
actually
there.
my
Fun fact,
one Shaq song.
Shaq was the first celebrity to DM Sainted
Yes.
when we went viral. Anthony Anderson was the first to
Wow.
follow us. Shaq was the first to DM us saying he was big fans, he loved what we were doing, and however he could help.
Did y'all meet Shaq?
No. But he
Shaq.
then he DM'd us, then he sent his number. And then I was like, this is fake. Then he left a voicemail saying, "No, this is me, and I just want y'all to know."
Hey, little fella.
So shout out to Shaquille O'Neal
Period.
for being a real
Shaquille O'Neal, little fella.
one. Yeah.
So all right. I got Shaq, B.I.G.
I don't think mine should. I mean, I guess it count. But the last thing we was just riding over here, I was listening to the Donda album with Kanye.
Okay.
I do love that record though, but that ain't what I listen to all the time. But
No, but that was
Yeah.
the
That's the
last
last
thing
one?
you played.
I definitely was playing T.I. Let Him Know so I can learn the words. Because we just did an arrangement to T.I. Shout out to T.I.P.
Just dropped a new record.
Yeah.
And it's fire.
Produced by Pharrell.
Produced
by
by Pharrell.
Pharrell.
Which crazy again, last year we got a chance to perform with T.I. down in Atlanta. So God is just bringing all of these things full circle.
Yes, you're never
Yeah.
working for no reason. We made that arrangement possibly for America's Got Talent performance. And it didn't work. It didn't get cleared. I think T.I. wasn't available to be our special guest. And then we ended up having Robin S., which was still a blessing.
Right.
And literally we got called because of the wife of the guy who threw the event. She was like, "No, I need you to book this choir. I want you to book this choir. Please bring them." T.I. didn't have no idea, and then he was so nice. Like, literally, he was talking to us regular. Like, he definitely said our name the best. Y'all can't say nothing about that. T.I., everybody that we
Do we have
perform
a-
with, they say our name. T.I. say it the best.
Dennis, do we have a T.I. impression?
I don't got no T.I.
He say it the best, in my opinion.
Christy, what you playing? What's the last thing?
Listening to Tweet,
Which one? Which?
I never felt like this. I was just had her on rotation. I love this.
We love Tweet.
Tweet is amazing.
One last question. I promise. One last question. I can have y'all in here by the hour. I'm not gonna do it, but I will. I can. What's the last project you lived with? Last music project you lived with? It could be an EP. It could be an album. It could be a. No, I guess 2 songs. Is that count as an EP or a 2-pack?
Last music project we've lived with.
Like live with like that like.
That's a great question. Honestly,
It's a good question.
people don't be living without you.
And you don't. I thought about this because I remember not the last one I lived with, but To Pimp a Butterfly was an album I lived with for like 2 years.
Yeah. I think right now I'm living with the baby's new project. I really like
Charlotte.
it. I mean, I'm living with that. I am also living with Saint's Mantra mixtape, which is it's not out yet, but you kind of have to live with it before you put it out. But that's coming out this year.
I'm on it.
Right. When does it come out? What's it?
It'll be coming out this year. I don't know exactly.
Do we have a month?
I'm afraid to say.
Don't want to come in.
All I know,
don't take the bait.
I'll give you a season. We know it's going to be spring.
Oh, okay.
We know it's going to be spring.
You talking about like early spring or like late spring?
We know it's going to be spring.
Okay, all right. Christy, what you live with?
Live with?
I live in the same place. Beyonce.
Which Beyonce
All
album?
of them. I keep them in rotation. Renaissance, I went twice. Cowboy Carter. That's the energy thing for me.
She's about to drop a new one too.
I'm sorry.
She's about to drop a new one.
Oh, I know. She's coming to get seen. Trust me.
Beyonce, I know you heard that.
Yeah. Act 3.
Beyonce, I know you heard that.
Act 3. Call us. We're ready.
I guess I could say since Grammys, I've been getting into Tyler the Creator's album, just because I love his creative process. The Chromacopia.
You didn't like? Did you like Tap the Glass?
I didn't get into it.
Okay, that's fair.
Honestly, as an artist, it's hard for me to get into projects because then I'll start writing like that, and the melodies will stick with me. So sometimes I wait on it, and then I get into it later. But after seeing his performance and like how much thought he put into like the creative and the story that he wanted to tell, I wanted to get into the album.
I'm trying to get into J. Cole's album, but I can't.
That's what everybody telling me to get into.
It's hard for me to get into it. It's hard for me to get into it. And I love J. Cole, but it's been hard for me to get into the album. I don't know why.
Is it because he dropped out of the beef? Is that why?
No. Actually, I
think
holding
it against him?
Nah. I think I am not a big fan of J. Cole doing everything himself, like a one man band,
producing and stuff.
Yeah, I want to see J. Cole do more. I know that's not his thing, but nah, I haven't been able to get into it. And I'm like, I kind of want to see it show, but I don't know. Love him though. I love Cole.
For those who are mad at him for dropping,
I'm not mad at him.
For those who are, y'all, J. Cole is a good example of following your good. Kendrick told that man. What if he would have stayed?
Yeah.
He'd have got told too. Follow your good. He's a good example of follow your good. Apologize and sit down.
Right.
Saint Trap Choir, amazing. A breath of fresh air.
Thanks, bro.
I mean, they just light up a room. Great energy, great people, great music. Project dropping March 12th. No, it's not.
Put a day on it, Nick. Put a day on it.
I can tell you,
March 12th.
It won't be there.
You're gonna get us
Not
in
yet.
trouble.
March 12th. But no, thank you guys for what you do. City of Charlotte is proud of you.
Thank you.
We're proud of you. Dennis, is your second time coming.
Yes.
Come back.
Will.
Christy, come back. Frenchie, come back.
Absolutely.
Bring the whole choir next time.
Okay, they will
He
gladly.
can sing.
Yeah, they will
I
come
mean,
in.
I can still sing right now before y'all.
Dennis Reed would just be direct.
I didn't-
He don't like to be tender.
That's all right.
I appreciate y'all for stopping by, and we're proud of you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you. Saint Trap Choir. Let's take a quick break. Hey, let's clap. Let's clap real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Mom.
All right. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. All right, welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. Another beautiful day outside. Let's get a check of the forecast with Majestic Storm, I believe. She's doing the forecast. Let's take a listen to that.
A few more clouds out there today, but temperatures will still rise well above our average. Look at this out there in Monroe. You can tell generally just a good mix of sun and clouds. I think that's what we should all be prepared for. A little more sunshine as we're looking towards the Charlotte Motor Speedway. So it's going to be dry today, and temperatures will be slightly warmer than yesterday. Boy, yesterday was a gorgeous one. What a nice way to start out our new work week with blue skies and sunshine, 65 degrees. A good day for President's Day. Lots of people were home from work, kids home from school. It was a good day to get outside and enjoy it. 67 is where we'll top off today, so a little bit warmer than that. And then tomorrow, cloudy, but we are dry. And really the big story over the next several days will be this increase in temperatures. Daytime highs will be back into the 70s before we knew it. And then this upcoming weekend, we do have several opportunities for rain showers. We're talking about Friday, Saturday, and into Sunday. It's a mild afternoon though, so hopefully you can soak up some nice sunshine while it lasts. We will have a few more clouds though, like I mentioned, late this afternoon and especially this evening. Still though, if you're picking up those kids after school, would be a great day to do something outside with them. As we're heading up towards the mountains, those temperatures are looking mighty nice. 62 degrees today in Banner Elk, 61 in Blowing Rock and Fleetwood. As we're heading down to the south just a bit, mid to upper 60s, low 70-degree temperatures across the foothills. 70 degrees today there in Morganton, 67 in Concord and the Queen City, 67 there in Statesville, mid 60s in Salisbury. Much of the same as we're heading just to the south, 69 in Lancaster and 67 for Chesterfield. Like I mentioned, we will have increasing cloud coverage throughout the day, which means it will be cloudy overnight, and those clouds will help those temperatures by tomorrow morning. Waking up into the low 50s, so no need to send those kids off to the school bus stop with several layers. It's not going to be all that cold tomorrow. And then our highs are looking nice as well, upper 60s and low 70s for our Wednesday forecast. And then look at Thursday, 71, Friday even warmer with mid 70s returning. Now I wish I could tell you it was going to be a beautiful 70-degree day on Friday, but unfortunately I can promise you the warmth, but not so much with the sunshine. Cooler temperatures as we're heading into the weekend, and then Monday our high only topping off at 50 degrees. So we kind of have a lot going on as we're looking at our extended forecast. If you have plans tonight, here's 6 o'clock. Should be a really nice evening, comfortable as well. Waking up tomorrow, remember it's all about the cloudy conditions and the comfortable temperatures again, waking up into the mid 50s. Warming up nicely, 60s ahead, and then on Wednesday we'll start to tap into a little bit of moisture, mainly up in the mountains. Here in the Charlotte metro area, small chances for a couple of sprinkles on Thursday, but really the focus for rain will be Friday, Saturday, and into Sunday. There's that setup there across really the southeast. We will have widespread rain throughout the weekend, and our models are indicating that we'll pick up at least around an inch of rain throughout that time frame, maybe a little bit more. And so while it could be a bit of an inconvenience for some of your weekend plans, remember we desperately need that rain. Our drought situation is not looking good. So enjoy today. 67, good mix of sun and clouds, low 50-degree temperatures for our lows tonight, warming on up through Friday with a high of 76, and then rain chances, they'll really start to increase as we're heading through Friday, especially Friday night and into Saturday. Sunday we'll have some lingering rain as well, and then on Monday back to sunny skies, and next week looks fantastic. I hope you have a great Tuesday.
All right. Again, like I said, beautiful day. All right. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. We want to go to Pueblo, Colorado, where we're hearing from State Highway Patrol there after a multi-vehicle crash. Let's take a listen in.
Fires that were sparked as a result of the
So there was no fires at all. All of our fire agencies that responded to it, they were ready for that. There was no fires in the area. And then we used all of the ground transportation that we had from American Medical Response. They're the ones that were going to transport those. They even had Flight for Life chopper was up in the air, just surveilling the scene if we needed that. We were going to work on getting them on the ground to make sure that we could transport that. But everyone that needed a transport was able to get in an ambulance and make it back up to the area hospitals without any delay.
So I saw an increased presence of authorities on the road today on the way here. Does that have anything to do with this crash, or just kind of keeping an eye on people and their speed and making sure that no more crashes of this severity happen today?
Yeah, it's just one of those that that we were bringing in additional resources just to make sure that we had adequate personnel on the scene, not only from our agencies but from the Pueblo Police Department, Pueblo County Sheriff's Office, and so that that they could dedicate what they were doing to that scene to make sure that we can cover everything possible and document all that we need to. So we were pulling resources from other areas to just make sure that we had a presence on the roadways, because motorists were going to have questions about how do they get around or what do they need to do, and so that's the great part of that is we're going to bring in all those resources just to make sure that we can push that information out, not only through the message boards but also through our public information office, not only with the Colorado State Patrol but with the joint effort that we have here with the City of Pueblo and with the Sheriff's Office in the county. So all of their PIOs, they're working together to make sure that message goes out, that we can let motorists know and citizens know what's going on, and if they needed to go somewhere, how to get around. And then the other efforts was just to make sure that we have a presence on the roadway, because other motorists also need to have information, and we can provide that.
What's your advice for drivers driving in this high wind on corridors such as that with no wind blockage?
So, that's one of those that just like when it comes to adverse weather conditions in the mountains, when it's snowing, it's drive for the conditions, just be mindful of where it is. And then so something that, they started putting out information that the winds were going to increase today into tomorrow, and to look at those. And so it's, we try to do our very best to get that information out, and not only from our standpoint, but from the great partnership that we have with you all, is you guys help us out a ton and putting that information out, and with your meteorologists and your weather staff, they put that out there. So we just make sure that people are paying attention and listen to those as they start to travel, whether it's going to be the wind conditions that are here and the dirt that could come across the road, not only on I-25 but other places, especially in southeastern Colorado, or it's going to be the snow and the adverse weather conditions up in the mountains. So always pay attention and look to what's going on, and drive for the conditions that are there, and especially with that, and look to what's going on. But like I said, when it comes at this fast pace and something happens this immediate, then just kind of look at those, and unfortunately we ended up with what we had this morning. So
go ahead, Des. Is there any parking lot or area where the trucks can lay over until it's cleaned up?
So thankfully with that frontage road, we're still able to get them back and forth, but if they choose to wait it out, we have several large gas stations, not only on the north side of Pueblo but on the south side of Pueblo, that have large parking lots and other larger areas that if we need to, then we can move them in there and park them, just because we want to make sure, especially when it comes to the high profile vehicles and that wind starts to pick up again, we don't want to put them on the highway, that they can't make it to where they're going. So we have those efforts and areas that Colorado Department of Transportation will push that information out. Same thing, and then we'll get it to you all. We'll put it on the signboards, and then that way, with the commercial motor vehicles, they heed to those, and they'll find a place just to kind of tuck in and wait it out, especially with the winds as they're trying to get from one point to the other.
Now, you all prepare for mass casualty events like this every year. We've seen the exercises for the most part, but to actually go through one of these mass casualty events, just what runs through your mind, just trying to get everything just ready, prepared, and also getting ready for the chaos?
Yeah, so the first and foremost, the biggest thing is once that call comes in, the main priority is life safety. We want to make sure that we get adequate personnel there to start looking and handling those individuals that need our help, that need us the most. So that life safety and medical treatment and care are going to be the top priority. The other part of that is also to make sure that we can secure where everything is and alleviate additional vehicles coming in there. So it's going to be a multi-pronged approach as we come into that. But the biggest thing is we want to get there, take care of the people that are injured, and then also alleviate any additional vehicles coming into that. And so we'll have the initial responders that come and handle that, and then we're also going to divert people that they know that their sole purpose, task, and mission is to alleviate that and set up a detour to get people around and to slow them down. So it's something that we start assigning tasks right off the bat to know where it is and to make sure that we have it.
What was it like for you responding to this event?
You know, and it's, you know, these are always unfortunate, you know, and any time that somebody is injured or any time that there is a life lost, it's something that it impacts all of our community, it impacts everybody that's going to respond to those, and so we just have to make sure that we do our due diligence, and we, like we do day in and day out, we're going to put 100% of our effort into knowing what's going on to make sure that we can answer as many questions as we can. And there may be some that we're not able to answer, but we're going to do everything possible to make sure once we're done with the investigation that we can put all that together, because those that are injured and those that have lost loved ones, they have questions, and it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we can answer those questions. And so for all of us that respond to those, it's a collaborative effort to make sure that we're all talking and working together to make sure, and we all have specific task and mission to know where it is once we get there, that we're going to kind of piece those out. And our partners with the fire department and you know, with their expertise, we're going to let them do what they need to do, and we're going to handle all the stuff when it comes to the traffic crash and our emergency medical response units. They're going to handle the injured once we have those and we get them identified. And so it's just one of those that everybody has a piece, everybody plays a part, and so that's the great part about the partnerships that we have here, is because we do this and we train for it. So when incidents like this happen, everybody knows what to do, and there's no hesitation.
You guys said that it would be a little while to get the freeway open in both directions. I was wondering what kind of timeline we were talking about.
So, like I said, the southbound side will be the one that gets opened up first, and just because we just have to clear up one semi and the emergency vehicles off of that stretch, then that's going to be the first one that opens up, hopefully here within an hour or so. But it just depends on getting a lot of that cleaned up, and then we're going to start focusing on that crash that's on the northbound side, and that's going to take time. We're going to elicit the tow carriers that we have in the area that have heavy wreckers or large wreckers to come in and get the commercial motor vehicles, to get those in there, and just we're going to start at the front and work our way to the back. And as we get those, and then as we tow those out, it's going to take several hours. And so we're, like I said, we're starting on that just a little bit ago, and you know, I can't give you a definite time when that's going to, you know, when it's going to be open, but our partnerships with our tow carriers, they do great work as well, and it's a very methodical process that they're going to start, and they're just going to start taking one at a time, and then we'll get them off the road and worry about paperwork and everything else. But then the second part of that is then we got to also make sure that we can match a vehicle up to those that were transported to the hospital or to an area high school, to make sure we can tell them where their car's at, where their belongings are, and match everything up. And so then before we clear everything and open everything back up, we're going to make sure we have everyone accounted for that we know that was in a vehicle or involved in this incident.
The school district providing buses, is that something that they're typically prepared to do, or did they just respond that way due to the severity of this incident?
Again, it goes back to that effort that we have, and it's something that we train every year for, not whether it's School District 60 or District 70. City of Pueblo or, you know, Pueblo County, is they're an active participant and partner when we have these large scale events, because we look to see who has the resources that we need and who else they're going to have those buses, and we can bring those in just to make sure, and so without a doubt it's just a quick phone call, and they're right there to help us out.
Do you have a count on how many people from the various agencies responded to this accident by chance?
You know, that I don't. It's something that we're going to go back through and look about how many personnel that were there, and then what the other part that we do after these incidents is then we'll go back and we'll sit down and we'll say, what did we do well,
what can we improve on, and what were those things, and make sure that we can account for not only the personnel, but and who was involved, and so that way we can get a good count from all agencies to know exactly who was there and how it comes about.
When's the last time there was a crash this severe that State Patrol responded to in Pueblo County?
Probably, it's kind of, with that many vehicles, it was several years ago. We had one in the similar location, and I think, it was about 10 years ago that one happened there. The other one that, that had significant impact, unfortunately, that there was a life lost, is when we had the train derailment north of town. So it's just one of those, but that involved rail cars and a semi versus multiple vehicles south of town. So, like I said, it's been a few years, but it's still one of those things that we're always aware and pay attention to.
Were there any animals hurt or killed in this?
So, with that, one of the vehicles that were involved was a trailer that had animals in it. So we're working with partners with animal control and to make sure and to have an accurate count of what those are and to go through and to see what that does feed into it. But like I said, there was one vehicle that had a horse trailer that had goats or sheep in it. So we're just working to get a head count on that and then working with the owner of the livestock to make sure and also with animal control and state vet's office to make sure we've got those accounted for.
Do you have a range of ages for the people who were injured?
That I don't. We're just trying to get all of that, and that'll come later on. That as we get that, we'll put out some additional information, just in the age range, not specifics. But since there were so many people transported to all those hospitals, and with our partners, with the Victims Advocates Group, Makova, Pueblo Police Department, Pueblo County Sheriff's Office, Colorado State Patrol, we'll have all of their information and to know, and then just kind of what the age range would be for everybody involved.
Do we know if the fatalities were drivers, passengers, a mix of both yet?
So that's some of that, just due to the severity of the crash, that's what we're going to put together and from the vehicles that they were involved in, and then we can account for whether driver, passenger, and stuff. So that'll be information that we'll put out, and we'll work with the Pueblo County Coroner's Office as well, just to identify where they're at.
Is there anything else you can add?
The biggest thing is just, again, I appreciate everybody's patience and understanding as we go through this, and I know it's going to take a little bit of time to open up the interstate, but we just appreciate their patience and understanding that we're doing our due diligence to make sure that we can get that opened up as soon as possible, and just to keep eyes on the releases that are coming out. Look at the signboards, co-trip, anything of those, it'll kind of tell and put that information out. But as we get additional information, then our agency will be the main point of contact for any press releases that come out, and then we will push that information out to you as well. This will be the one briefing that we do have. If there's something significant that does come out, that there's a need to do another one, we will put that information out with a location and a time. But I just wanted to make sure that I had a time to come and meet with all of you and provide as much information as we had now, so you know where we're at since it started this morning.
All right, so you're looking at a press conference there in Colorado after a major crash. 4 people died, 29 injured in a multi-vehicle crash that occurred down on Interstate 25 south of Pueblo in Colorado. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. So alarm bells are ringing over privacy concerns around video surveillance and artificial intelligence. The latest controversy was sparked by a Super Bowl ad for Ring. Many of you probably have seen it. So the Amazon Ring, the Amazon-owned video doorbell company, that's where those concerns lie. So Michael Yoshida is here live with us with more. Michael.
Hey there, Nick. Well, this feature, the search party feature by Ring, it was rolled out last year, and at the time it did receive some criticism, but this new ad has put it and the topic of AI surveillance back in the spotlight.
It's a Super Bowl ad that had some throwing a flag.
I saw it live, and it was one of those, uh-oh moments.
Ring, the Amazon-owned video door company, promoting its search party feature.
One post of a dog's photo in the Ring app starts outdoor cameras looking for a match. Search Party from Ring uses AI to help families find lost dogs.
It should be heartwarming, but a lot of people are reading something very sinister into it.
Ring hasn't been accused of any wrongdoing, but the ad did spark conversations around unwanted surveillance, AI going through and analyzing videos, and how the technology could potentially be used.
There's absolutely...
Why is a Ring competitor even putting out this satire video, highlighting privacy worries and public distrust?
We could find literally anyone, but we only use this technology to find lost dogs.
A lot of this is people speculating about how the technology could be used in the future by a bad actor, rather than necessarily bad behavior that's happening right now.
Ring's founder says the company prioritizes customer privacy, and the application's use is limited.
Right now, the search party feature is literally just built for dogs. So it's built to look for dogs, to tell you if the dog is in front of your house, and then you have the decision to, contact the owner or not.
But experts say concerns over what comes next shouldn't be dismissed.
These technologies are getting so advanced and so sophisticated, we can't just ignore the implications and the risk.
These same things that are treated as privacy risks for some people are actually kind of a feature.
And that's the challenge. Some, maybe even many of us, like having access to that live feed of our surveillance camera on our phone, or maybe even getting an alert that an animal or someone else has walked by our camera. But that convenience, it does put our trust in these companies to do right by us and not abuse that access. And that's why those we spoke with say this balancing act of security and privacy is only going to get more difficult into the future. Nick.
So, Michael, if people are worried about their privacy, what are some other options for them when it comes to home surveillance?
Yeah, so if you have Ring, a few things to keep in mind. Don't post or share your videos to the Ring Neighbors app. Also, opt out of search party, and don't use cloud storage. Obviously, that could probably limit some of the features and services you'll get from that system, but some things to keep in mind there. If you want to look at other systems that offer storage, whether it's in a SD card in the camera where you're not utilizing the cloud, some options include Wise, Blink, Tapo, Eufy, some of these other security camera providers. But no matter which company or brand you're using, those we spoke with say the thing to keep in mind here is as these technologies improve, if these cameras are offering any sort of maybe detection system, AI detection system, then again, that's probably going to be a way of them analyzing the videos that you're storing somewhere. So it all gets back to this idea of what are we willing to potentially sacrifice here when it comes to our security and our privacy, and how far are we willing to go? Nick.
All right, Michael Yoshida live for us. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
All right, so we are following a press conference that I believe is just getting underway, or about to get underway. So if you remember, we brought it to you here on Live Impact News in Rhode Island. So officials holding a press conference on a mass shooting investigation. So yesterday, shooting was at a youth hockey game in Pawtucket that left 3 people dead, including the gunman. Again, it looks like a press conference is about to start shortly. There, again, expected to get more updates from this investigation. And again, the shooting happened at a youth hockey game in Pawtucket, Rhode Island on Monday, leaving 3 people dead, including the shooter, and 3 more in the hospital. Let's take a listen to that.
We had the tragic issue yesterday, and we wanted to try to give you as much information as we can. We have a couple of speakers, but before I do, I just want to acknowledge and really thank. I mean, this is a very tragic situation where people are coming together, and all the support and the kind words, and it's about helping the families. But I want to thank Congressman Amo, Representative Magazina, Senator Reed's office. I know they're being represented. Senator Whitehouse is You'll hear from the governor, who's been very supportive, Lieutenant Governor Sabina Matos, Representative of Secretary of State's Office Leanne Bryan. I know the Secretary had talked to me personally, General Treasurer Diosa. I believe we have North Smithfield Town Administrator Scott Gibbs, Town of Coventry Representative Council President J.P. Verducci. You'll hear from the Superintendent of Schools, Randy Buck, and we have the Council President Mercer, members of the Council, members of the School Committee, as well as the Pawtucket Athletic Director, Dino, as well as many others. And if I missed any, I'm not going to go through the individual. We have Ron Bopey from the union, but this is where a community comes together in these very difficult times. I just want to recognize and also thank all of the responding organizations for their family, at the Family Assistance Service, as well as all of the others, but the Pawtucket EMA and the certain volunteers, the Rhode Island Emergency Management, Providence Emergency Management, Red Cross, Family Service of Rhode Island Medical Service Corps, Tide Family Services, Dorian Ray from the Rhode Island Crime Victims, and really somebody that was so helpful, but our partner was Ripta, who helped us yesterday in the very heart of the issue. So on behalf of the City of Pawtucket, we are deeply overwhelmed from the tremendous outpour of support that we've received across our state, and you see it here supporting it. Yesterday, our community, but many communities, our state experienced an unthinkable tragedy and at the Dennis M. Lynch Arena. What should have been a joyful gathering of students, parents, athletes, and families and their friends became a moment of really frustrating and turmoil, and it's shaken the community of Pawtucket and the communities of all the representatives that are here in the state, as well as the core hockey community. I know Mayor Lombardi is here, also Mayor De Silva, and their communities were affected. So this is a statewide issue. And today we stand here all together with heavy hearts. We stand with the players, the students, the coaches, the families, the faculty and the staff who have gone through this traumatic, from the staff from the school districts who are dealing with this, and those cooperative and the high school hockey teams. The young men and the young women and the young athletes who took the ice, to the parents and their loved ones. They were in the stands and they witnessed this. And to the educators and supporters who make those programs possible, please know that the city stands behind you, the state stands behind you in your grief and your compassion and your unwavering support. I want to express my deepest gratitude to the first responders from all over the state and out of state, to our mutual partner, aid partners who rushed to assist, from the local communities to the state and federal. The response from the public agencies across the state was immediate, coordinated, and extraordinary, and we really can't thank them enough. In the face of what chaos and danger, they acted with professionalism, courage, and care. Their actions helped protect lives and restore order during the incredibly difficult situation. We also want to recognize the remarkable bravery of the Good Samaritans who stepped in without hesitation, placing themselves in harm's way to stop that shooter. Their courage undoubtedly prevented further loss and injury, and we thank them for that. We are equally grateful for the health professionals who were there, present at the game, and rendered aid to the victims. Their skill, composure, and selflessness represents the very best of humanity, and they are true heroes. While this incident was deeply affected the city, we must acknowledge the difficult realities. This tragedy is part of a broader national crisis of gun violence and stark reminder of devastating consequences of domestic violence. We also understand the events like this can be deeply triggering, particularly for the survivors and the families impacted by violence. If you are struggling, please seek the help and support you need, and the governor will be talking a little bit about that. We recognize that the emotional impact of this event will not fade away overnight, and grief, fear, and confusion and trauma are real and they are lasting. Mental health support services are available, and we encourage everyone and anyone that needs them, that are affected directly or indirectly, please reach out. No one should feel that they must navigate this alone. Our city remains committed to clear communication, to supporting those impacted, and working closely with all of the law enforcement partners as the investigating communities continue to investigate. Pawtucket is a very strong and resilient community. We will learn from one another. We will support one another, and together we will get through this. I now would like to take a minute and turn it over to the chief, who will give you a brief update as to where the investigation stands.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you again for coming. I know this is our third update since yesterday within a 24-hour period. What I can tell you again from yesterday is about 2:30 yesterday afternoon, Pawtucket Police received a call for an active shooter at Dennis Lynch Arena. Once we received that call, the police responded within 60 to 90 seconds. What we learned was that there was an individual suspect inside Lynch Arena that had fired upon family members. What I can confirm now is that the suspect was Robert Dorgan. His date of birth is July 15th of 1969. One of the victims was his ex-wife, Rhonda Dorgan, and also his son, adult son Aiden Dorgan. Rhonda succumbed to her injuries on scene at Lynch Arena, and the son Aiden succumbed to his injuries after being transported to the hospital. We have three other individuals, Linda Dorgan and Gerald Dorgan, which are the parents of Rhonda. They are at the hospital now. They are in critical care, and we continue to receive updates about their status. The final victim was Thomas Geruso. He is a family friend of the family, and he is also in critical care at the hospital, and we continue to monitor his progress. What I can tell you is that they were all at the event for a son, a juvenile son who was playing hockey. It was their senior night, and there was no expectations or any indication that there was going to be any type of violence yesterday at the arena. I can tell you that individuals on site, several bystanders, I would say that probably whether they have been family or friends of the individuals playing hockey, stepped in, they intervened, and at least 3 bystanders were able to circum the suspect. At that time, the suspect did reach for a second firearm, and he did inflict a self-inflicted gunshot wound, which is what he succumbed to on scene. I can tell you that there were first responders on scene outside of Pawtucket, several nurses, several firefighters, and they also rendered aid to the victims until fire personnel responded. Once police responded, obviously we were met with a tremendous amount of people exiting the arena. We were able to make entry, and we also rendered aid to those individuals until they could be transported to the hospital. Central Falls Rescue and Pawtucket Rescue responded, and they also rendered aid. What I can tell you from what we've learned so far is that this individual had responded to hockey games in the past to watch their son play hockey, and that this was not unusual for them to respond to watch a hockey game. Again, there was no indication from the family or friends that any violence was underway or that they were in fear of this specific individual. What I would like to say is obviously the investigation is ongoing. We continue to look into maybe what the motivation was. We're not sure at this point what the triggered event was that happened yesterday. We are conducting several search warrants at this time, looking for additional information. We have reviewed several videos, both internally because it was a sporting event, so Live Bond was streaming that event for the families. We have also witnessed and we've combed through videos of parents that were videoing their individual children playing the game, which of that they love. So we have been kind of streaming through that to make sure that we're getting a clear picture of what happened. We ask that any video that may not have been forwarded to us is forwarded to the police department. We also ask that information that's coming out only come out through obviously the Pawtucket Police Department in the city of Pawtucket. We will be the ones that are pushing out the facts to you. So if you have questions, again, we ask that you reach out to us specifically and not to rely on social media posts. Those posts that are be putting out there are not necessarily accurate, and they're trying to spin a story in a different way. So we ask that you rely on the information that we're giving you. What I also can tell you is, again, we worked with several community events. We've worked with our local partners, our state partners, our federal partners. There was a lot of outside help that showed up on the scene. I can tell you right now we have individuals working in another state with the FBI trying to assist Pawtucket in search warrants that we have ongoing right now. As for any further updates, as we get additional information, as things come about, if we get any more videos or things that we can comb over, we were going to push out that information just like we did yesterday. As we get more information, we would like to share it with you, and then that way, you know, you have the story as it's unfolding. Again, what I can say is the suspect did succumb to their injuries yesterday. Our hearts go out to the families that were affected. Obviously, the children that were on the ice. This was supposed to be a joyous event for them. It was their senior night at a hockey game, a normal high school game that should have gone on without any type of violence, whether it be inside the rink or outside the rink. So again, we ask that you respect the privacy of those families and just give them some time to grieve. This was a tragic incident that obviously resulted in a domestic violence incident that, you know, is unfathomable that had that happen in our city. So again, we ask that you respect some of the family members, and again, this was one large family that was affected. I'm going to turn it over to the governor, and then at the end, if you have some questions, we'll let you ask them at that point. Governor?
Thank you, Chief.
You're
Thank you, Chief. It's another sad day in Rhode Island. Here in Pawtucket, just imagine, we all have families. To have virtually a complete family shot and several killed, I just can't imagine what those families are going through and the people who are close to them. So our thoughts are with them, and also our thoughts are with the city of Pawtucket, Mayor Grebian and the Chief. Thank you and your whole team for the response that you've had. And our role is to continue to provide the state resources as people recover wherever they need them. So here in Pawtucket, as always, Mayor, I stand here with Pawtucket and make sure that we reaffirm that commitment here, but also throughout the state of Rhode Island. This is an impact that's going to have a ripple effect throughout the state on many levels, whether it's just in families and friends, or it's in the communities that are represented in that rink, whether it's in the interscholastic sports territory, or whether it's in the schools that have been impacted. This is an event where we need to catch our breath, but also we need to respond, and we will. Too many Rhode Islanders know what it feels like to lose a loved one, or a neighbor, or a friend to gun violence. And too many have experienced the tragedy of domestic violence. And we've made efforts in that area. We're going to double down in that area. That's a really important thing that we are going to move forward on to make sure that this domestic violence issue is one that we focus on as a state. Many members of our community are struggling right now, and I want them to know that our state is here to support each and every one of them. Director Mark Pappas is here today. I've instructed Mark to coordinate all the statewide efforts with all the different providers, all the different departments, whether it's at RIDE or whether it's in our health department. Mark will continue to organize that and make sure that we're deploying all those assets in a way that families and students and everyone that's impacted by this event will receive the help that they need. Today we put forward a dedicated statewide virtual support hub that you'll have that information on for anyone who needs any help, whether it's mental health services, domestic violence resources, guidance on how to talk with the students or children in all the communities. Yesterday I spoke to each and every municipal leader that had representation at the rink, whether it's in North Smithfield, if it's Scott, or whether it's in East Providence, Coventry, Johnston with Mayor Policina. Mayor Rivera, talked to her. First responders came in from Central Falls, as the mayor said. This has got a ripple effect that's going to impact families all around the state of Rhode Island, North Providence included in particular. So we're going to stand with the people in the state, and we're going to provide the resources in a difficult time, but that's our job, is to make sure that we're doing that, and we will. People who need help, they can go to governor.ri.gov/support-hub. That's governor.ri.gov/support-hub. They can see all the resources that'll be available to them, and we'll continue to be on the ground, making sure that we're doing everything we can to make sure that we respond in a compassionate and thoughtful way. With that, I'll let Commissioner Infante Green come up and speak about the issues that are impacting the LEAs, all the education, all the students in the state.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Mayor, for all the work. My heart is with the family and students who were impacted directly or indirectly by the shooting at the arena yesterday. Rhode Island is such a small state that the impact of this violence is being felt by all of us, especially students across our state. School and sporting events should be a safe place, a place of joy, a place of unity. Because we're so small, we know someone that was impacted by this tragedy, either directly through that person or somebody that was a spectator, but this has impacted our entire state. The unity that we saw when spectators came to support is the unity that we have in Rhode Island, especially at our sporting events. We are one. So we want to thank them, and we want to continue to move as a community. So I say to the students and the families that are listening, we are here. We're here to support you. You're not alone. Just because schools are closed this week, we are working, all of government is working to support you. There's a community of people here for you. If you need help during this hard time, and any of you that have seen the video, just by watching what happened raises our anxiety. Ask for help. If you need immediate help, please contact 988, the Suicide and Crisis Line. You don't have to wait to go back to school. The Rhode Island Department of Education will have resources on the website. We will also be linking to the governor's website, but there will be supports on how to talk to your students, how to have conversations from students to students, what the teachers can do in preparation for school to return and for the schools that are currently open this week. There will also be other opportunities throughout the state to come together to have conversations. This is our second event in Rhode Island, and we have to make sure that our community feels the state coming together to wrap around services and support, and that's what we're here to do. Estudiantes y familias, hoy estamos hablando con ustedes. No están solos. Quiero que sepan que nosotros tenemos recursos. La oficina del gobernador tiene una página donde van a ver todos los recursos que están disponibles para ustedes. El Departamento de Educación tiene recursos de cómo hablar con sus niños, cómo hablar ustedes entre comunidades. Y por favor, si ustedes están sintiendo dificultad, llamen al 988, prevención y suicidio y crisis. Ese es el número que ustedes tienen disponible. No tienen que esperar que las escuelas abran otra vez. Es muy importante que ustedes tengan los servicios necesarios. In addition to all the local resources that will be available on the website, RIDE has also collaborated with our partners at Hazel Health to provide virtual health care services to all students in Rhode Island. All Hazel visits are online, and students can connect from wherever they are, and they're available in 25 languages. Estamos aquí con esta tragedia. Nosotros tenemos una colaboración con los servicios de Hazel Health para ofrecerles servicios médicos virtual a todos los estudiantes de Rhode Island. Donde quiera que esté, pueden adquirir estos recursos y en cualquier lugar. Visit hazel.co to get started. Visiten a hazel.co para empezar. RIDE will be collaborating with school districts, offering supports as well as resources. We will be updating our website with additional resources for students, families, and the community at large. I want to thank all of you for the support. We have gotten an enormous amount of outpouring. I'd also like to thank our other colleagues from other states that have also given us national resources. Our schools are going to need that. Our superintendents, our principals, our teachers are going to need this support. With that, I'd like to turn to the superintendent of schools here in Pawtucket, Randy Buck, who will continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, all. Like so many across our city, the Pawtucket School Department is deeply heartbroken by this tragic act of violence that has shaken our entire community here in Pawtucket. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims, their families, and particularly those who are grieving this evening. This tragedy, as you know, also has touched the Pawtucket school community as members of our own staff were personally impacted. We are surrounding them with care, compassion, and the full support of our district. We're coordinating a comprehensive response for both staff and students, including access to social workers, mental health professionals, and employee assistance services this week and when students return from the break next week. In moments like these, Pawtucket comes together. We stand united in compassion, in healing, and in a shared commitment to care for one another. Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to turn it back over to the Chief for any questions.
Chief, can we just ask you, you said that the suspect's name was Robert Dorgan, but last time you said his name may be Roberta Esposito. So what is his legal name, and do you know if he came to the arena yesterday? Obviously he was armed, so was he coming there to kill, or was he coming there to just watch the game as something?
So that was multi-pot. So let me answer the first one. So legally the name is Robert Dorgan. That's what we have on identification. We've also learned that the suspect does use the name Roberta Dorgan, and also Esposito. Again, we don't have a motive as to why the shooting happened yesterday. We can tell you that he did have 2 firearms on him. He was seen entering the building, he was seen leaving the building and then re-entering. We're not sure if he had them on him in the initial entry or not when the second time he went in. We're not sure about that.
Chief, was there a confrontation between the shooter and the family before the shot?
There was not.
Was there any conversation between them beforehand?
So
whether that was in person or through messaging before the game?
All right, so let's take a step aside from this press conference there in Pawtucket, Rhode Island after that mass shooting yesterday, and let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. So today we've reported it, and we've been talking about it all day, talking to local leaders, folks here in our community, after the news of Reverend Jesse Jackson. He passed away today at the age of 84. He is a man who was on the front lines of the civil rights movement. So many things. The protege of Martin Luther King Jr. separated after that assassination to do his own thing. A South Carolina native, went to North Carolina A&T. So many things there. A father. So many things that you could describe. And I've been seeing so much about Reverend Jesse Jackson. I want to bring in Dr. Anthony Davis, president of Livingstone College. Dr. Davis, I kind of stumbled through that intro because it's hard to summarize who and what Jesse Jackson, Reverend Jesse Jackson, has accomplished in his life.
Wow, it's amazing. When you think about Jesse Jackson, it was one tag that you didn't add to his long list of accolades, a hero. Jesse Jackson was an American hero. When you think about Jesse Jackson really being one who was the precursor to a Barack Obama, making a presidential run in 1984, registering voters all over the Deep South, and then coming to the convention with a speech that really critiqued and challenged America.
I saw on social media earlier, and I thought it was well thought out. It was simple. It was, I Am Somebody was the precursor to Black Lives Matter.
Right.
I am somebody. I remember hearing that growing up. I am somebody. Talk about what he meant to you. And you put it way better than I did. But talk about what Reverend Jackson meant to you.
So he meant a lot to me. And some would say, well, how did he mean a lot to you? You know, I'm 60 years old, but 1984, I'm in the United States Air Force. And, you know, that was during the Reagan years. And I'm on an Air Force base. I'm one of the only African Americans in my career field at that time. And I remember his speech to the Democratic National Convention, and I went to work the next day with a Jackson for President button on. And I was able to recite some of the lines that he said in his speech when he talked about moving from the racial battleground, and then now moving into the socioeconomic battleground. And that was profound because that was in 1984. And now fast forward to 2026 as I lead in a historically Black college and university in the state of North Carolina, I see more clearly now what Dr. Jackson was saying, what Reverend Jesse Jackson was saying when he said, we're not a blanket in America. He said, we're really a quilt woven together by a common fabric. He challenged us. He said, we have diversity in the color of our flag, red, white, and blue. But then he talked about red, brown, yellow, black, and white, all are precious in God's sight. He was talking about what makes up this America that we live in.
I saw an interview, and I haven't read the book yet, but A Dream Deferred is a book by Abby Phillips, the anchor over there at CNN, and it explores Reverend Jackson's political rise. And during the interview, it was implied that he was ahead of his time politically. Do you feel that way too? Because I've been hearing that.
I can't say he was ahead of his time. I believe that there's time and then there's timing. I believe that his timing was right, but it wasn't his time and America wasn't ready to consider an African American to hold the highest office in the free world. But again, I said that he was a precursor to Barack Obama because it was that same convention where we heard from a young senator from Illinois, Barack Obama, where America said, maybe it is time. And then he made a successful run after being a first-time senator. So I'm not going to say he was ahead of his time, but it wasn't the right timing.
You talked about it. You are president of a historically black college, Reverend Jackson, a proud Aggie. Proud Aggie. If you go to homecoming, you would bump into to Reverend Jackson. Excuse me, Reverend Jackson. You would bump into Reverend Jackson. He was there. He was always at homecoming there at A&T. To see a figure like that for your students, how do you go about passing on his legacy, teaching to that younger generation, who he was? Because I mean, you're talking about more than 40 years ago when he ran for president, and he's still very active. And I know he dealt with some health challenges, but how do you go about teaching his legacy?
That's really simple. On the campus of Livingstone College, one of the 3 things that we tell our students on their first day when they arrive to the campus, that if you stay here and apply yourself, 3 things will happen to you. Number 1, you're going to unlock your potential. Number 2, unleash your power. Here's the most important lesson that we tell all of our students, that you're going to be able to have your purpose unveiled. And then you'll be able to live your life being a living logo of Livingstone College, resilient, relevant, and always ready. And so when you think about that, although Reverend Jackson was an Aggie, born and bred, he really is showing us, or shows us, that as long as you can be relevant in today's context, be resilient, being able to bounce back from anything, but always being ready to speak truth to power, that you can make a difference in this world. So I say that Reverend Jesse Jackson was a servant leader. When you think about how he tackled issues that others were unwilling to attack, but he was always a voice for the underserved, the underrepresented, but also the unheard. We're going to miss his voice. We're going to miss his voice in corporate America. Remember, it was Reverend Jackson that really challenged and started the Wall Street Project, that really opened the doors for so many African Americans. And so we're going to miss his voice.
One last question before I get you out of here, Dr. Davis, and you were so, as always, gracious with your time. I do want to ask, what are we not talking about? And I say we, I mean the journalists, the media. What are we not talking about? And what are we getting wrong? And what are the misconceptions when it comes to Reverend Jackson?
Well, I think some of the things that we're getting wrong is that we need to go back and remember some of his teachings. Some thought that they were radical back in 1984, but now in 2026, are they really that radical? Because still in one of the richest nations, one of the wealthiest nations in the world, we still are dealing with those who are unsheltered. We're now dealing with mass incarceration. There are a lot of things that we need to be talking about and shedding light on it. I believe that Jesse Jackson, Reverend Jackson, being a protege of Dr. King, he challenged us to say that darkness and light can't exist together. And I think we need to start shedding our light, or shining our light, to weed out the darkness that we see in our society today.
Yeah, I remember the 2012 DNC here in Charlotte. He talked about that poverty. He talked about using your right to vote as a gateway. Dr. Davis, as always, thank you for your time, for joining us and talking about the legacy of Reverend Jesse Jackson.
Yes, and I'm glad. And and think about this. I'm someone who can talk about healthcare and the challenges and the disparities, being on the other side of a kidney transplant. There's so much more that we can talk about and speak truth to power like Reverend Jackson.
Yes, sir. Dr. Davis, thank you for your time. You have a great day.
You as well. Thank you.
All right, let's head to break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturtevant. We want to go back now to Rhode Island as officials there hold a press conference on that mass shooting investigation. Let's take a listen in.
It's hard to say. I won't.
Chief, did you know if he left a suicide note in any?
Not that we have found at this point.
Can you tell us anything about his movements prior to the shooting yesterday? Transit into Rhode Island yesterday, or present in Rhode Island in the hours before?
So what I can tell you is that we are establishing a timeline of what led up to the incident. What I can tell you is that we do have the individual at the premises for quite some time before the event, which wasn't unusual. Again, like I said, the person had traveled to watch the son play hockey multiple times, so that wasn't unusual. Again, we said we saw him enter the building, exit, and then re-enter. So we're trying to put that timeline together. But again, it wasn't unusual for the person to respond and watch them play hockey.
Where was he living as of yesterday?
So that is what we are trying to confirm at this time, but not a Rhode Island resident.
Chief, apart from there were some incidents, I think, with some family members about 6 years ago. Has there been, as far as you know, any contact or any issues with family or anybody else since then?
I didn't say that. I'm sorry, I don't know where you got that from.
Well, I guess there are court records that he had some run-ins with family members and accused them of assaulting him, including the father-in-law.
Not here in Pawtucket.
But anything since then?
Not here in Pawtucket. So the incidents that I think you're referring to was he was a victim in another community, but nothing that I would say again would make us question whether or not he had any violent tendencies. So the report you're speaking to is, again, he was a victim.
Aside from the investigation, a lot of questions parents have is what kind of conversations are being had for future games. You know, games will be going on throughout the year, so is there a plan? Is that something different communities are thinking of right now, or in Pawtucket even?
So in Pawtucket, we have a very strong community policing unit. Our community policing unit works very closely with the superintendent's office. We are in constant contact with them. We have individual SROs in our middle schools and in our high schools. We have our CPU offices that attend events. They attend it on their own time. They participate in them. Some of them have even volunteered, coached it in the past. So we are very actively involved in our events and in our youth events within the community here in Pawtucket. And again, the superintendent can attest to that. We have a very good working relationship with the superintendent, and we have a very large community policing unit that is very integrated within the schools.
And once the arena opens up again, there's going to be more stringent measures to ensure that there's no guns in the facility. Am I correct?
That'll be a conversation, yes.
Chief, can you just talk for a minute? This is the second mass shooting in Rhode Island in 2 months, and that must be horrible to get that phone call. As the police chief, your job is to serve and protect. Can you just take a second and tell us how you're doing and what this is like for you, taking the game face off of the investigation, just as a person, as a parent, as a human being? People are reeling here.
So as a parent, obviously that hits very close to home. I have children that have participated in youth sports from a very young age. I've watched live stream. I've watched their sporting events, obviously during COVID for that period of time. So that does hit very close to home. As a police chief and a member of law enforcement, I think it's something that we respond to because it's what we're meant to do. It's part of our job. I think we kind of try to separate the two. We go in factually. We try to come to the bottom of what it is that happened. We try to put that information out. We try to bring justice to those families and some solace and some comfort to those families, right? So we're going to be in constant contact. Our detectives are here today as part of the interview, and obviously they're in constant contact with those families. It's kind of very hard to separate the two. It's kind of a job that I've been doing for almost 28 years. So I think at this point, you know, any phone call like this is horrific, and I don't want to receive it, and I hope I never receive another one. But I think we're trained to respond to calls of this nature. I know some of you asked yesterday, we had a training going on for an active shooter that was off-site as just part of our normal training to make sure the men and women of the police department know how to respond if we do have a tragedy. So those individuals that were there, they were on a training. When they heard the calls for service, they responded. I mean, that's what we do. If someone calls for help, we go.
Let me take 2 more questions. Chief, do you think, did Dorgan say anything? I know there was no confrontation, but did they say anything while they were
So it's nothing on the video would indicate that there was any conversations. Again, the victims are in critical care, so it's hard to say. So any conversations will obviously follow up with them when they're able to speak to us. But as far as we know, there was not a conversation nor a confrontation between the family and Dorgan right before the incident.
Do you think it was planned?
Again, we're trying to establish motive. I don't know.
Thank you, Chief.
Good. Thank
How do
you.
you pronounce
Thank
your
you,
last name,
everybody.
Chief?
Gonzalez. 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 Oh, I think you my phone. Thank you, everybody.
All right, so that's the press conference giving us an update on that mass shooting investigation there in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. We want to go to Ann Arbor, Michigan. We're hearing on a motion to, quote, squash the arrest warrant for Sharon Moore, who is the fired University of Michigan football coach charged with felony home invasion and stalking. It's taking place right now. Let's take a listen in.
It may all wind up being good from my perspective.
Got it.
Thank you. I prefer the second, March 2nd. I'm available that day.
Okay. Well, it's not Groundhog Day, so I'll be good. March 2nd, 9 a.m. Okay. Well, we'll set the evidentiary hearing in this matter for March 2nd, 2026, 9 a.m. Counsel for the defendant will prepare an order consistent with the court's ruling today.
I will do that.
All right. Is there anything else from either side?
No, I don't.
No? One question I did have, I know that at our probable cause conference there were issues regarding documents from the University of Michigan. You had indicated that you may ask the court for a subpoena. I was having my staff on the out look for that. Has that been resolved in any way or not?
I have not done that yet. I want to have a conversation about that as well. Sure, we are.
All right. Why don't you guys talk about it? Just let me know. I was curious because it's one of those things on my checklist that wasn't checked off. So, all right, folks, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bond will continue. Court stands in recess.
All right.
All right, so the hearing there for Sharon Moore, fired University of Michigan football coach, just wrapping up there. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. So today, the Reverend Jesse Jackson passed away at the age of 84. So we've been talking to local leaders. We actually wrapped up an interview not too long ago with Dr. Anthony Davis, president of Livingstone College. So earlier today, we spoke with the president of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg NAACP, Corinne Mack, reflecting on the life and legacy of Reverend Jackson. Let's take a listen in.
Just hear from Charlotte City Councilman Malcolm Graham on Reverend Jesse Jackson's life and kind of his experience with him, his personal experience as well. So now we are joined by NAACP Charlotte Mack, right?
That's correct.
President? President, there you go, baby. President Corinne Mack, thank you so much for being here. We want to talk about Reverend Jesse Jackson. You know, NAACP did send out a statement earlier today kind of saying that he was a lifelong soldier for justice. Going back on his history, it's just absolutely incredible what he did, dying at the age of 84. Tell me about how important it is to continue to keep his message going.
Jesse Jackson was not only a soldier, he was a man of God who really, truly believed in the importance of creating civil and human rights, and how important it was that Black people receive justice across the spectrum. He started at a very young age as a mentee under Dr. Martin Luther King. And I saw him in the late 70s, early 80s, as a passionate soldier for civil rights. It's a rarity for people to put their lives on the line, but he did every single day. And that's why it's important for us to continue not only his life work, but the belief that all human beings have the right to a good quality of life.
Absolutely. Did you have interactions with him? Were you able to speak with him?
I did. You know, I'm a retired union vice president from New York City, and worked alongside Al Sharpton for many years and Reverend Daughtry. And of course, Jesse Jackson would come to a lot of the unfortunate protests that we had around stolen lives in New York City. In 1984, he ran for president. I actually ran with a whole bunch of my younger people, to get out the vote because we really wanted to see him become president. He then ran again in 1988. I did the same. I volunteered to try to help him win the presidency. And so that was when I had real interaction with him. And I don't know if people realize how kind he was, because he would stop and speak to each and every one of us and thank us. And even when he lost, there was a level of genuine love for the people and promise to continue the movement, and he did.
With this, you know, knowing Dr. Martin Luther King, like I've said too, he was right by his side when he passed as well. You know, they're kind of saying this really bridges the gap in history because Reverend Jesse Jackson was so much part of that movement. How do you feel about that and moving forward?
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm concerned as a 60-year-old Black woman who's been in this work for 60 years of my life. I look back and I ask myself quite often, has my sacrifice been in vain? Because I'm not seeing the level of passion around the civil rights movement as I did 40 years ago. We had a Black and Jewish alliance that was really powerful in the 60s and the 70s, and I don't see that, which is why I'm working now to recreate that relationship. And I think it's important that all human beings realize what Jesse Jackson and Dr. Martin Luther King and so many others stood for. And that was for human and civil rights. That goes across all facets of life. And the fact that we are now in 2026 dealing with racism and bigotry and implicit bias.
All right, so that's that full interview with Corinne Mack, chairman of the NAACP here in Charlotte-Mecklenburg County. Thank you for watching us during this afternoon stream. We want to send it now to the 5 o'clock newscast in just a few moments.